Hello? 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 Good morning, everyone.
Good
Two,
morning.
two, two.
May we please rise for the Uganda national anthem?
Okay.
You may be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency Dr. Monica Musinero Masanza, honorable guests from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, our esteemed partners and distinguished guests, it is with great honor that we welcome you among us today, to the vibrant and beautiful Uganda. Beyond its stunning landscapes and refreshing nature, we are gathered to engage in a momentous milestone for the Ugandan innovation journey. Today, we not only celebrate the eagerness for growth, but we come together to make lasting contribution, making it happen. Thank you for being part of this significant milestone. My name is Yasmin Mansur, Open Startup Brain Deep Tech Program Manager, and I will be your co-host for the 3-day summit, along with my beautiful co-host, Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Yasmin. Welcome everyone to this groundbreaking event. Like she said, my name is Anne-Marie and we shall be doing this together. She said her full name, Yasmin Mansar. Mine is Anne-Marie Beolida Wandera. Yes, it's short, I know. It's a pleasure to have you all at this transformative gathering that has come to life with the belief of the Science, Technology and Innovation Ministry. And joined by the partners and supporters from all over the world, we appreciate you honoring this invitation. So over the next 3 days, we are working towards establishing Uganda as a global hub for deep technology innovation, driving strategic investment into the sector, and position Uganda as a pivotal center for deep technology innovation in Africa. But why hear about it from me? Let's hear about it from the team lead of Industry 4.0 at the STIOP office, Mr. David Gonahasa. A round of applause, please.
Good morning and welcome to Uganda. Welcome to the Palo of Africa. We hope that you feel the warmth and hospitality of our people, and while you're here, exploring all these complexities of deep tech, we hope that you take some time to go out and experience Uganda. Go for a city tour. If you're adventurous, you can go and climb Mount Rwenzori. We have snow on the equator here, so you can see that. Or try an encounter with the endangered mountain gorillas. And whatever you do, please try the food. We have something called matoke, and it is stated by an unconfirmed scientific report that it increases your happiness. The Honorable Minister says it's a confirmed report. My job here is simple, to welcome you and share very little around what we are trying to do. I have the privilege of leading the Industry 4.0 Bureau at the STI Secretariat in the Office of the President. And as a team, including the other bureaus that we work with, we have a very colossal task of increasing Uganda's GDP. And the Honorable Minister will share the number that she tells us every day we should be targeting. But what we know is that the only way to do it is through knowledge-based goods and services. And we believe and are confident that deep tech may just be the holy grail. I believe and know that as a country we have everything it takes to make this possible. Driven people, academic institutions, political stability, ever-growing government investment commitments, and so much more. But now we also have you in this room. Because what we believe is that we may have the missing piece. Partners who look from the outside in and advise how we should approach our innovation strategies. Partners who have done this before and have made a commitment to be part of this country's development story. For being here, on my own behalf and every other Ugandan, I want to say we really appreciate you for this commitment. As a bureau, we believe that by creating self-sustaining ecosystems that focus on commercializing science and technology, we will be able to achieve the desired development. But this will be achieved by developing the right human capital, the right policies, the right investment environment, and the right infrastructure. Around the infrastructure piece, I hear we have some people from large entities, and compute is core to what we want to do. So I'm hoping by the end of this event, I'll have some very interesting announcements for partnerships to set up compute capacities in Uganda. And as I conclude, I want to thank you for making the time to travel to Uganda. We know for some of you, it's not easy. 20 hours, 24 hours. Thank you for sacrificing the time to support this process. I want to thank the Honorable Minister and the Ministry leadership, Cosmas in the room, for agreeing to support this process. Rarely do governments do things like this, where you bring people together to think together to build out what should be a strategy for your country. The team at the National Council of Science and Technology who supported the process, our volunteers, Future Lab, who are very instrumental to this whole process, including hosting the first BrainX immersion workshop in Uganda, where we had very good feedback. We got 40 scientists into a room between Friday and Saturday and spoke to them about commercializing science. And there was one resounding statement in the room: why didn't we do this earlier? Why didn't we know this earlier? How do we move from doing research that stays on shelves to doing research that goes to the market? And this is what we want to achieve as Uganda. And lastly, and normally they say not least, but lastly and least, or most importantly, I want to thank the team at Open Startup. Hude, Yasmin, Mejda, Usema, Shirin, Mary. I tried to cram them all. I probably missed Gazi. I probably have been able to mention everyone. Thank you for your commitment. This team agreed to stand with Uganda, to work with Uganda, to be able to make this work. And I can keep going on and on and on, but why not invite Hude to tell you why she invited all of you into Uganda, the CEO of Open Startup. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presence. Welcome. Can I get the slides to turn, please? So I'm gonna try it. Muli mutia, tusanyuse oku balaba. So Uganda is known to be the pearl of Africa. And that's Winston Churchill himself who said it in 1908 in his book, while describing the magnificency of the country, the variety of forms and colors and its wildlife. And it is true. When looking to Uganda, the forests, the mountains, the waterfalls, the animals, the gorilla mountains, this is quite unique. But what we have to remember is that Uganda has that most renewable resource, the only one that you can extend, and the only one that multiplies the more you use it, which is as human resources. Uganda is home for the youngest population in the continent. 50% are below 15 years old. I don't know if you realize. 85% are below 35 years old. And that, we always know that when you are surrounded by children, laughter and possibilities are the only futures possible. So what we want to remember here, that we are here for 4 words, because why not us? Why not Africa? Why not African scientists? Why not Africa building this wonderful story of humanity and science? We have to be part of it because it is the only way to create, invent, and solve. And honestly, there is absolutely no reason why it's not possible. So our mission at OST, and that is why we are here, OST is a not-for-profit that has been operating for more than 9 years now. We started off as an organization that was volunteering for 3 years in Tunisia, our home country, after the revolution, where it meant something to try to build the fundamentals of the country. And I think that we've been driven ever since, moving from Senegal to Morocco and today to Uganda. As part of what we do is today we're 28 people working together. Our average age is 28 years old, not 82. And we build programs that take the change makers all the way from the moment they have an idea up to the moment they need to be accelerated. And we do that for soft tech startups and deep tech startups. The red zone there are the Brain X's and the Brain and the ecosystem events such as this one. And upstairs there, the soft tech programs are programs where we accompany people who have ideas, fail fast programs, people who go all the way to the minimum viable product, and then we boost them and get them to fundraise their first million. We all know that building startups doesn't mean anything if you do not have strong ecosystems, and that is why we are here today. Just looking a bit at the numbers, so there's going to be 100 guests in the upcoming 3 days, 45 internationals, around 60 locals, 13 nationalities represented, and we've been doing some calculation around 900 hours of travel to make it here. For the carbon print, I think we can do better, but we've been using a lot to be able to make it here. I want to close here by telling you something which is, I'm personally a professor, and if there's something that I hate is that we lose our time in speeches. So let's close our eyes and try to imagine what we want to see happen in 3 years' time. This needs to be the beginning of something, and we are counting on your commitment to come back in 3 years and say we've been able to foster foundations because this country is worth it, and we're honored to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hude, for those opening words. Very inspiring and put the fire under us. Now, to better explore the country's economic landscape and growth opportunities, I'm very happy to invite Dr. Cosmas Mishirize, STIOP Ministry Superintendent, Industrial Value Chains Development.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, and good morning. Right, so Uganda has a national science, technology, and innovation system. We have under the leadership of the president, strived to position STI as the engine for growth. We've tried so many things over time and they haven't worked. And luckily for us, now everyone in the nation has come to the realization that this is the only way to go. At the confluence of this system is the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat at the Office of the President, the institution that I work for, and which is led by the Honorable Minister. Our role is to provide coordination, policy guidance, and facilitation of the entire ecosystem, and it is in the context of the coordination role that we are in this room. We have a strategy for science, technology, and innovation in the nation. On the output end, on the roof, you see we have what we call the new economy and the traditional economy. The new economy is quite interesting because we're trying to make things that were traditional and not been known for making and selling them. And I'll speak a little bit about one of the thematic areas in a bit. But you see that we also have 5 key pillars for our strategy house: the ecosystem, policy, investment, human capital, and infrastructure. And again, there you see your ecosystem. That's why we're here. And then at the basement, underpinning it all, we have key principles: the scientific process, ecosystem thinking, ecosystem yet again, value chain approach, STI journey, and brutal integrity. Right. Now, we have 5 thematic areas, key thematic areas in the new economy. We have the pathogen economy, where we are developing health technologies, vaccine therapeutics, diagnostics, etc. We have aeronautics and space science. We put our first satellite in space the other year. We have mobility. We're looking at developing sustainable, efficient transport solutions. We have infrastructure innovations, but particularly the very reason we're here is the thematic area of Industry 4.0 plus. Now, it's aptly named, but without any fear of contradiction, I want to say that Industry 4.0, as we have envisioned it, is a subset of deep technology. When you look at all the things that we have listed there: electronics, IoT, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, neuromorphic computing, biotechnology, all these are really deep technologies. Now, again, like I mentioned earlier, we've tried so many things that haven't worked over time, and what we've noticed is because we have a pseudo-silo mentality in our approach. Things are this, that's how it's been before. And Industry 4.0 Bureau, under David, is the one that is leading the way in this ecosystem approach to things. The Honourable Minister will talk about our economic target. We want all our focus areas to be contributing directly to the national GDP. Industry 4.0 has a target of contributing 13.6 billion to our national GDP by 2040. And as you can see, the approach is solely focusing on achievement of ecosystems that identify and support innovations, support investment in the ecosystem, and henceforth leading to creation of jobs, revenue, and prestige for the nation. Now, we're doing a lot in this space, but quickly, I just want to mention 2 things that highlight the ecosystem approach that we're taking. The first one is this electronics design hub that we have set up for manufacturing of smart electronics. We have brought together a consortium of 23 players in the ecosystem. Some of them already have products on the market, ranging from computing devices, smart meters, etc. We have set up a smart design lab for them. We have a state-of-the-art printed circuit board manufacturing facility, and we are ready to move in this area. We have the talent, we have the expertise, and we hope that the conversations in this room can help us see how we can augment that effort. And then last month, 2 months ago, we held a climate tech summit. We're trying to make a frontier on this end as well, create an enabling environment for innovation in climate technologies, and we already have some committed funding. And all this still feeds into the conversations that we're going to have here. Now, when all that is said and done, we do realize that, and this is to tease out some of the things that we probably are going to look at over the next 3 days. We have a very wide ecosystem, but government is not really reaching effectively to all the players. How can government more effectively reach and support all the players? And I know we have so many people in this room. The reason we have brought you here is to see, especially the local players, how we can effectively partner and develop a strategy that works for all of us. We have so many challenges in policy. I was talking to Alaya there. Tunisia has developed a very good startup policy. We had a false start with ours. We're looking forward to seeing what we can learn from you. So we have so many luminaries in this room that have done things right. How can we learn from you? How can the approaches that you have employed on your end help us to do things better? Limited investment, we have sluggish investment in the local tech startup ecosystem. Human capital needs no introduction. Infrastructure, yes, we have pockets of intervention here and there, but what are the pain points? Our strategy should be able to address that. And so we want to learn, engage, and proactively develop a strategy that works for all of us. And now, as a deep tech practitioner myself, lastly, I want to make some predictions. One, obviously, we know that AI is here to stay. It's going to be at the center of everything we're going to be doing over the next few years. Renewable energy. We have outside this room, in fact, later this week, on 7th of October, we'll be launching our chiller vehicle plant, which is one of the largest electric vehicle manufacturing plants on the continent. So that's one area where we're breaking ground as well, and the conversations in this room can also try, because we want to see how we synergize the different interventions that we're having. Nanotechnology, biotechnology, cybersecurity. And to cut the story short, the expectation is that the strategies that we're going to come up with over the next few days is going to be all-encompassing, covering as much ground as possible and be as relevant as possible, so that we're able to move, not just for the benefit of Uganda, but for the benefit of Africa and the entire world. And with that, I want to thank you. And it is now my pleasure to invite my boss, the Honorable Minister, to address you.
Good morning. Karibu. You are all welcome to Uganda. So I'll just begin. Everybody has talked about the Pearl of Africa. And we ended very, very proud. Thank you so much for highlighting that beauty. You know, sometimes we live here, we forget that this is a very beautiful nation. So our guests, ladies and gentlemen, those from outside and those of you from inside, I just want to start really this morning by welcoming you very, very warmly to this nation. Make sure they don't make the room too cold, because we are at the equator. So don't experience winter here. So this is a little beautiful nation, very, very endowed, very, very endowed, not only with the natural beauty that you will see, but it's also endowed with a lot of resources. This is one of the most richly endowed nation in terms of natural resources. And above all, it's endowed with people. I hope you have enjoyed the smiles. We are a happy people. Ugandans are usually score very highly in being happy. And I want to confirm what the rumor David tried to propagate, that matoke makes you happy. Scientifically, it is proven. Matoke, it makes you happy. So I want to request each one of you to make sure that you have a dose of matoke. You'll carry back happiness. And it is all scientific. It's all scientific. So if you don't like the taste, eat it for the joy that it will bring. So apart from that, this is also a nation that is endowed with a rich history. We have a very, very rich history. A history sometimes which is people focus, say, oh, Idi Amin, what? But this week, there's a small story which resurfaced and was trending on social media that in the early 19th century, 1800 something, when explorers came here, they found that Ugandan medical practitioners were doing very successful cesarean sections. And the survival rate here was much better than in Europe. The women were recovering very well without incident. So we are seated here on a history that is anchored in scientifically minded human beings. So although it got a bit disrupted, it's time for us to pick it up. So it's therefore my very, very great privilege today to stand before you at this Uganda Deep Tech Summit. This is a gathering that reflects our shared dedication to advancing technology and innovation, not only in Uganda, but on the continent. Under the visionary leadership of our President, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, we are ready to take on very, very bold challenges of a science-led modernization for our nation. Uganda has set, and everybody has hinted at it, we have set a very ambitious target. We really don't believe that in the current dispensation globally, in the global economy, we should have pockets of backwardness, because that drags the whole world behind. So in order for us to be part of this, we have anchored our passion and our commitment for tech development into our economic ambitions. So currently, our economy is around 55 billion USD GDP, and our goal is to make that 550 billion by 2040. So in the next 15 years, we are going to multiply it 10 times. And so to realize this, we are placing science, technology, and innovation at the heart of this strategy, with the goal of developing and commercializing knowledge-based products and services. And our interesting point is we have said we have a passion, we have a desire. We don't exactly know how to do it. So we are looking for those of you who know how to do it. And you are willing, and I've seen a lot of willing faces. Some people have been here a few times on this, and for me that is a sign of commitment. And so we are saying, come help us. We are ready, we are willing. So our nation is really ready to embrace the transformative power of deep tech. By prioritizing scientific research and engineering breakthroughs, we can address a lot of challenges in healthcare. I guess you all know that this cradle, part of the Congo Basin, and we always say that Uganda is gifted by nature, including any pathogens. So this can be a cradle for health tech. Anything that you'll be looking for in health will find it here, and you'll be able to develop. Agriculture. This is a land that is gifted. We have a lot of arable land. Clean energy. And Cosmas already mentioned that we have taken a very deep leap in this. And we have put up an ultra-modern electric motor vehicle manufacturing facility. And we'll be commissioning it officially on Monday, on 7th, because STI has felt that we need each independence to want to give our nation a gift. So this year we are giving it, and I am sure that next year whatever we give as a gift for independence will be associated with deep tech. So all these and many critical sectors and the reference to our population, the young people here are exciting. We have a lot of young people. And over the past few years, we have had, decades actually, we've had a policy of universal basic education. So they are quite educated, and so they are ready for deployment. So Uganda's tech ecosystem is really vibrant, and it is expanding. We are experiencing extraordinary innovators who are leading the way with cutting-edge solutions. When I was given this job about 3.5 years ago, I felt I was the one at the top. These days, I am lost in the speed of at which new ideas and tech is just coming off. So I'm quickly settling behind saying, David, take your role. Cosmas, take your role. Because the ecosystem is so dynamic and people are so energized. And we are having some very, very exciting, really very, very exciting innovations in artificial intelligence, biotech, nanotech, and these advancements have the potential to reshape industries, create new job opportunities, and uplift the lives of our citizens. The Ugandan government, through the Science, Technology, and Innovation Secretariat, where deep tech, is fully committed to creating an environment where deep tech can thrive. Our investments in research and development span both the traditional economy through initiatives like import substitution, export promotion, and productivity acceleration, as well as the new economy, which includes the infrastructure, innovations, the pathogen economy, aeronautics, space explorations, and Industry 4.0. And these efforts are backed up by your hosts here today. My Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation is fully dedicated to building an ecosystem that supports innovation across key pillars. Sometimes people come to me with a lot of new ideas, and I'm like, okay, I need to sit down and listen. This is innovation. And so we are allowing them to thrive. And I believe that this is really going to make Uganda a masterpiece, where not only for us, but where, especially on this African continent, where we have to pilot and prototype a lot of things, how we can accelerate tech development on the continent. So our efforts include creating an enabling policy, environment which is supportive, developing skilled human capital, attracting investment in early stage innovations, and ensuring access to appropriate funding. It is encouraging to know that today's summit will focus on how Uganda can strengthen these pillars to build a robust deep tech ecosystem. This summit serves as a critical platform for stakeholders to connect, collaborate, and explore emerging trends in deep tech. I urge all of you to engage fully. Share your insights and build partnerships that will drive Uganda's innovation agenda forward. I would like to express my deep appreciation to each of you for your support and presence here today. Special thanks goes to Open Startup Team for their dedication to this event and for the success of the recent BrainX event. I wasn't in that room, but wherever I was feeling the vibrations of what was going on. And David was surprised when I was briefing him yesterday about what happened in the BrainX. So this has greatly benefited, and it was exciting for me to see some of our scientists who have been traditionally thinking about science, and they're like, Honorable, we should have had this 3 years ago. So I also extend my gratitude to the Future Lab and Concierge for their instrumental roles in making this summit a reality. I thank David, Cosmos, and your team for being innovative and looking out, and the Uganda ecosystem players for always being so positive and be willing to work together. Let us unite in our efforts to unlock the full potential of deep tech and build a prosperous, innovative future for this beautiful little nation. At STI, we always say we are making Uganda the best. For God and my country, I wish you a very successful summit. Unfortunately, I cannot stay. I have to go to cabinet, for which I'm some minutes late. I have to run to cabinet, and I will mention the Deep Tech Summit there. But thank you so much. I officially open the Deep Tech Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for these inspiring words and for honoring us with your presence today. Thank you very much. Very grateful. Please, let's give another big round of applause. Now, we would also like to extend, sorry, yes? A picture? Yes, please. Can we have our photographer here, please? Yes. All right, that was very beautiful opening. I hope you all shared the energy to make this summit a memorable experience. Now, I would also like to extend our appreciation to another special guest that came all over from the United States, following her passion to support African ecosystems to grow, sharing her experience, her knowledge, supporting with her network. Can I have the slides, please? I would like to welcome Christy Morse, MIT Executive MBA alumna, EY Technology and Ecosystem Development Consultant and Climate Tech Entrepreneur. Please give her a big round of applause.
Can you hear me now? Wow, this is amazing. So I'm not sure that I can say anything at this point that is going to be even nearly as inspiring as the words that we've heard this morning, but I'll give it a shot. So, good morning. It's a true, honestly, true honor and pleasure to be here with all of you. To be here in your beautiful country is incredibly inspiring to begin with. But to have the opportunity to work together with all of you, all of the brilliant and curious minds in this room, and exploring the transformative opportunity of deep tech innovation and ecosystem development in Uganda is just beyond exciting. Seeing so many familiar faces as I look around the room, it reminds me of our shared connections, shared experiences, and the enduring connections that we've built. I see many unfamiliar faces in the room as well, and I expect that over the next 3 days, we will build community and enduring connections as well. I'm inspired by human connection through shared experience, so this room is a very happy place for me. Because the magic that is created when you get the right people together to work on hard things, there's no science around that. It's just magic. I'm incredibly grateful for the invitation, and I look forward to the next several days, getting to know you all better, rolling up our sleeves, and collaborating together, expanding our communities, and co-creating the next steps in your journey to a thriving deep tech ecosystem. So a little bit about me and my professional journey. I'm a technology consulting executive with over 2 decades of experience in leading technology transformation programs for clients of all shapes and sizes. The projects I've always most enjoyed are startups. When I can help my clients develop a startup. What's that? Sorry. Got it. Thank you. Nothing like a little technology challenge by a technology consultant when she's talking about her over 2 decades of experience in that. So I enjoy mostly about startups. I enjoy the grit of the entrepreneurs. I love the multidisciplinary nature of the work, wearing all the hats, as one might say, to build a business. I went to MIT in 2022 with a mission to learn about entrepreneurship and how I could leverage my experiences to make impacts in sustainability and climate change. From the outset, I knew that my journey would take me to Africa, and it did. So fast forward to today. I'm a recent graduate of the MIT Executive MBA program, where I've connected the dots between my experiences, my passion for entrepreneurship, and my desire to make an impact. And over the past 2 years, I've explored the intersections of entrepreneurship, technology, and sustainability, and deepening my understanding of the science behind it, and more importantly, how I can leverage my background to accelerate the development of complex solutions and create real systemic change through technology development and deployment. I had the pleasure of working with OST and their extensive ecosystem as part of the BRAIN cohort in the accelerator program in Cairo this past March. And that's where all the dots finally connected, and truly what brings me here today. I was so inspired by the experience of working with African entrepreneurs, learning about them, learning about their businesses, their cultures, and how they were solving the world's most important challenges, whether it's in health tech, climate tech, agriculture, or otherwise. It gave me the clarity that I needed to chart the course. Again, that brings me here today. I came away from those 6 days with a mission to contribute to the acceleration of deep tech ecosystems, because deep tech innovations are what we need for our most important challenges in healthcare, biotech, climate tech, agriculture, and we need these not only to improve economic outcomes, but to improve social and environmental outcomes as well, as part of the broader system of global progress. The way to do this is through leadership of innovation-driven ecosystems. MIT professor Nelson Repenning said it best when he said, "Leadership is the process of solving problems that won't otherwise be handled by the existing system. And more importantly, that solving problems requires collaboration across disciplines." Progress happens when leadership gets the right people to the table and creates an environment that supports collaboration. Impact happens when that collaboration paves the way for the journey from ideas to solutions. Communities develop when people come together and do hard things. And when a global community comes together to do hard things, then that's when the magic happens. Just like the Deep Tech Summit we are all part of today and for the next several days. So as I conclude, I will make a call to action to everyone in the room. Roll up those sleeves, get to know each other, and be open to ideas. Work together, ask questions, and don't be afraid to think outside the box. Utilize the experts. We have 100 experts in the room today, of which each and every person is one of them. Engage with each other. Minimize distractions so you can be present in the conversation. Facilitators are here to help, so if you get stuck, lean on the facilitators to help you move forward. We're everywhere. As you'll see, while the process is backed by science, and we're talking about deep tech on the frontiers of science, the magic is where it is, and the magic happens when all of you come together and share ideas. So thank you again for having me here and assembling this amazing group of brilliant minds. I cannot wait to see what we do over the next few days. It's incredible. So now we're going to get down to business. Oops. Oh boy. Okay. A couple of my slides are not cooperating. Well, I'm not afraid to ask for help. Okay. They're a little jumbled, but I'll kind of just walk through. The main point is all going to be the same. So the reason why I'm here, one of the other reasons why I'm here, aside from following my passions, is that I serve as a bridge from the MIT deep tech ecosystem to the Pan-African deep tech ecosystem. And so what I bring to the table today in my contribution is frameworks. I bring research, I bring frameworks that are backed by academic research at MIT and in collaboration with other universities, and insights co-developed by MIT, OST, and the Pan-African deep tech ecosystem. Okay. I'm going to be a little challenged because my slides are kind of jumbled, but let me just go back to basics. So the frameworks that we'll bring today are all about ecosystem development. There are foundations for ecosystem development that were built into the development of the agendas and the selection of the participants. So each person in this room has been hand-selected for a specific reason. The tables and the groups have been put together and the activities have been put together for a specific purpose to take you on a journey through the art of the possible. You've done some work recently in climate tech. You've talked through Climate Summit and what you need to get there with solutions around the climate. That work extends here, and it's the same frameworks that we use to progress through. So the MIT definition of innovation, I had planned to read this slide. The essence of it is creating impact by taking ideas through inception to impact. We look at it from a process perspective and a journey perspective. It's not necessarily about the products or the services, but the journey that you take to get there. And everything in this ecosystem development and the process of taking ideas to impact is, we look at it from a systems perspective. And the systems perspective starts at the top, which hopefully there we go. At the top of that pyramid are outcomes. So from a top-down approach, we look at outcomes. How do we achieve our objectives? We do things better than others. We develop comparative advantage in the ecosystem by doing things better and differently. How do we support that comparative advantage? We measure the capacity for innovation and the capacity for entrepreneurship. There's a lot of detail here, so I'm giving you the highlights. Capacity for innovation and entrepreneurship has 5 pillars, which magically align with your 5 strategic pillars that we've heard about today from a couple of the folks earlier. Those 5 pillars are the 5 pillars that we've built into the process for this week. We'll be looking for you to collaborate and design interventions in this system to improve the system and close those gaps in the innovation capacity and the entrepreneur capacity. We'll be looking at human capital, we'll be looking at infrastructure, we'll be looking at policy. Those are the types of things that we'll be looking at this week as we collaborate and design our interventions to shore up the ecosystem. And at the very heart of all of the frameworks is the stakeholder model. Everything, again, that we've done here, we've built into the sessions today. The stakeholder model is where it all comes together, because progress doesn't happen, collaboration doesn't happen unless you have all of the right people at the table, bringing their ideas and bringing their various perspectives to the table and co-creating a path forward. And so in the stakeholder model, we'll have groups of entrepreneurs, we'll have groups of investors, those bringing risk capital to the table, university representatives, the government obviously has invited us here, and corporates. And for this model, we've taken a look based on experience, and we've tailored this model to Africa, to the Pan-African deep tech ecosystem. And we've included, as you can see to the side, the startup support organizations. That's OST, that is all of the support organizations that are here to facilitate progress in the development of the deep tech ecosystem. So the one thing that I will say is that this room in and of itself is an ecosystem. It is a micro representation of the broader ecosystem that you're looking to develop. So I urge you over the next 3 days to consider how your interactions are representative of an ecosystem interactions in the broader sense, and think about what's involved in success. There's learning, there's community, there's trust building, there are relationships, there are long-term relationships and communities that need to be developed in order to support a successful ecosystem. So I urge you to think about that as you are progressing through the journey that we have over the next 3 days. We talked a little bit about this already, but really thinking about how you measure your impact and how you design interventions within those 5 pillars to get to that impact, the ultimate outcome of a thriving ecosystem. And I'll end on this. In order to build that enduring community and reap the benefits of a long-term thriving ecosystem, don't be afraid to develop your network today. It's not all business at the tables. We need to get to know each other. We need to learn about each other. We need to build that community. Don't be afraid to network, connect with each other on LinkedIn, email, all the things. We want this to be enduring. It doesn't end after 3 days. This will go on, and this network is now a community that supports each other in a number of ways. So please be thinking about how you can cultivate that at your tables and in the room and as we move through the next 3 days. And so with that, I will take my leave. But again, just want to say thank you. I am eternally grateful for this opportunity. It's a dream for me to be up here today. So thank you. And I look forward to working with all of you and getting to know you better and expanding our communities together.
Thank you so much, Christy. Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much for sharing the techniques that we look forward to implementing over the next few days. And like she said, please utilize the experts. You're all here an expert in something. Personally, I'm an expert on Ugandan food, so feel free to reach out to me. Her Excellency and David told you the magic in that. And it's not by accident that we're 2 MCs today. It's not a happy coincidence, so we had nothing better to do with our times. It's an honor and a privilege to serve you, but it's also symbolic of a belief that's held by the people in this room, that collaboration and complementarities will reshape today and history going forward. So I encourage you all to learn, share, observe, and reflect on what we're going to do over the next few days. And that's why during this Deep Tech Summit, I'm going to ask you to explore those deep tech ecosystems, benchmarking and case studies applied all over the world, of which after 72 hours of deep reading, I am now an expert on. I'm kidding. But there is an expert, and I would like to invite my co-MC, Yasmin, to moderate the following panel. So please give her a round of applause as well.
All right, thank you so much, Anne-Marie. Now that we have learned, thanks to the generous sharing of Christy, the basics of the MIT innovation frameworks, the stakeholder innovation framework, we know how we've been formed here during the summit. We're 100 delegates representing different ecosystems, representing all the 6 key stakeholders that are fundamental in building innovation ecosystems. To kickstart our reflection on building the deep tech ecosystem in Uganda, let's have an overview on what are the good practices implemented in some of the strongest international, African advanced, and emerging ecosystems. And to do that, we are pleased to welcome diverse, amazing, and outstanding stakeholders representing them. Join me to welcome on stage, from the United States, the CEO of Lighty AI, deep tech entrepreneur and former product head at Twitter, Mr. Richard Rabat. Please give him a big round of applause. From France, senior international projects and innovation consultant at Hello Tomorrow, Mr. Alberto Garcia. From South Africa, partner at Savant Fund, Mr. Tahir Mullins. Also from South Africa, Advanced African Ecosystem, The Deputy Director, Spin-Out Companies and Funds at Stellenbosch University, Mr. Brandon Pascal. And from emerging African ecosystems who have been trying their way to develop and inspire their countries, from Tunisia, the founder of Africa Renaissance Partners, and the former managing director of Smart Tunisia, Mr. Alaya Betaib. From Rwanda, the CEO of ICT Chamber, Mr. Alex Natal. Now our panelists here today, Mr. Alex, yeah. Now our panelists here today do not only represent different fundamental stakeholders, investors, universities, policy experts, but they also represent diverse international and African, advanced, emerging ecosystems to share practical reflections and learning outcomes on different practices implemented in their environment that have paved the way for deep tech development in their countries. We will structure our flow for the panel following 5 main pillars: policy, infrastructure, talent and education, funding, and international openness. Kindly have a seat and thank you for honoring us with your presence. Can you hear me? All right, all good. Starting with reflecting a little bit on policies. Policies required to build advanced or successful deep tech ecosystems. I would start with specific questions, but this is an interactive space, so please feel free to interact. I would start with you, Richard, presenting the United States ecosystem. Being an AI deep tech entrepreneur, how have US policies, such as those from DARPA or government innovation grants or different frameworks, impacted your deep tech journey?
Hi, and thank you so much for having us. It's great to have a woman leading the panel, so thank you.
Clearly,
please applause for Yasmin.
Thank you.
I think the US has been really unique in how it fosters private enterprise in different places. And you can think of all the way back to the advent of the internet. It was a project that was supported by a research project by DARPA to actually create the first network between universities and corporate enterprises. Recently, you can look at like the changes that the US has made in terms of development of space, where for the longest time, it was just a government project. And in the past 10, 20 years, it's been a private-public partnership that has created innovation to the point where 2 weeks ago, you had a private space company that carried private citizens to the edges of space that did a spacewalk, something unheard of, all done by private citizens. And initially, it was supported by NASA grants. Many of the startups today in the US have access to funding from NSF, NIH, other places where they can de-risk their technology. I mean, a lot of VCs are like always excited about like spending money, but they want to get to the technology when it's been de-risked. And in many cases, the government has been able to put in non-dilutive funding in these startups that has helped advance the state of biotechnology, AI, other spaces where like it's clear that the government does not immediately reap a reward from it, but it advances the whole population. So I think it behooves on us here in Uganda and like thinking also more Pan-Africans, like what are the places, where are the spaces where government can initially put seed funding in technology startups, in deep tech to like enable and foster that set of innovations going forward.
Mm-hmm. All right, maybe you can have follow up on that from Mr. Alaya. reflecting on the comments that Richard said and the fact that you were part of a policy that has been a change maker in Tunisia, the Startup Act, which is a very famous case study in Africa. Can you share with us how has Tunisia's government approached deep tech regulation and incentives? What was the gradual process that the government followed, and what successful policies were driving growth?
Thank you very much for the invitation. In fact, Startup Act was an answer to a burning need of the young community in Tunisia who are really fleeing the country, essentially the engineers, fleeing the country to Europe, etc., to be able to find a better environment. So the Startup Act was, as I said, an answer really to help these young people to get inside. It was also backed by the engineering and the science society. It was backed by the corporate. It was backed by the diaspora, too, who are living, in the developed world, who would like really to see in Tunisia, a better, ecosystem, giving chance, to innovation and technology. And it went indeed to develop a technology-driven, ecosystem, which will lead, to a knowledge-based economy. And we were blessed, in fact, that the government at that time buy into the idea, of both, the entrepreneurs, the civil society, the corporate, the diaspora, to be able really to promulgate a law which gave, a package of incentives to the entrepreneurs, to the investors, and to the startup. And the Smart Capital has really playing a very, very important role to implement, the law through a platform in order really to have, those candidates, through the labelization process, which give visibility, in fact, to the Tunisian government, but not only to the Tunisian government, but also to the investors, to see what kind of talents, what kind of solution has been really provided by this. And indeed, the process has been put in place in order that 20 out of 50 candidates monthly, apply for this package of incentives. And from 2020, where we had only almost 180 labeled startup, by the end of 2023, we had exceeded 1,000 labeled startup, and this gives a visibility of what kind of solution has been really provided by the talent in Tunisia, if it is in fintech, edtech, agritech, etc. Smart Capital, then, of course, following a discussion and the mandate from the government, played another very important role. Of course, once the startup has been labeled, we are going really to leave it, to the nature. So Smart Capital has the mandate really to boost the ecosystem and creating, the startup supporting organization, incubator, accelerator, startup studio, in order really to accompany and to coach, this startup to be able really to reach the investment phase. The last, I'm sorry, I was a little bit long, but the last pillar is indeed, to create a fund of fund. It's create a fund of fund which can really, help those who dare developing a solution in order really to have the right funding to be able really to continue the adventure and be really a real actor in the ecosystem. And with only 60 million euro at the beginning that we raised, we had the mandate to create 13 child funds in the seed, growth, and expansion stage. And today we have 9 funds. 5 of them are operational, and the remaining will be by them.
And I think the fund of fund, that itself is a use case, Mr. Alaya, that I think we will dig deeper in it when we're talking about the funding and the investment pillar. So some key points that I would extract here. First, the fact that the government mandated Smart Capital so that the public-private partnership established, the diaspora onboarded, the platform that was first the task force, so the framework that gathered all the key stakeholders like we're doing today, listened to them and then adjusted the framework, the policy for them, and then created a bridge to implement that policy by creating a user-friendly platform, which we worked a lot with it, so I can guarantee it's user-friendly. So the fact of going from the policy implementation with all stakeholders to creating the platform to implement it.
Absolutely.
So how you want to do it, I think those are some good tips to start. Thank you. Now, going to South Africa, And please feel free, if anyone wants to jump in, please feel free to do so. So, Brandon, can you share with us how certain government policies, perhaps like R&D tax incentive or other kind of policies, the Technology Innovation Agency helped to reduce the risk for companies investing in R&D, driving more deep tech and production? Yeah.
Where to start?
Yeah.
I must push the button first. Also, I'm feeling the technology entrepreneur, and I can't operate the technology. There's a few different things to unpack. TIA, the Technology Innovation Agency under the Department of Science and Innovation, the acronyms keep changing, so science and innovation. They have a seed fund that I don't know how many millions of rands it is, but one key thing about that is that they partner with other institutions and give the authority of awarding the money to trusted partners like universities, and also Savant is a technology incubator that Tahir is with, as well as a fund. But starting out, they partner with a Savant type of thing, universities, and basically give them several million to deploy, and making sure governments or governance is in place to monitor and evaluate how that funding is deployed. But they've given away some of the responsibility and authority to fund certain things. So TIA has a seed fund, and the maximum per project is about 600,000 Rand. You can look up, it's about 17 Rand to the dollar if you want to convert it today. The R&D tax incentive, up to 150% of what you spend, and certain qualifications around an R&D project in your business. Up to 150% of that you can claim back on taxes, which is quite a thing. And you can even, if you show a loss in your taxes, you can carry the loss forward for a certain amount of time, so you don't have to recognize all of that funding this year and account for it. So you can realize the benefit into the future. There was, and it was abused by, people always find loopholes in laws and policy. There was a certain fund structure called a 12J that sunsetted a few years ago, but private individuals and businesses could invest in a certain bracket, invest an amount of money into qualified venture capital companies and get a tax incentive off of that. Up to 1 million Rand you could claim back from taxes. So lots of your higher net worth people that wouldn't be the billionaires but have enough money and try to instigate something, where you could claim back up to 1 million Rand from your own money. And probably the last thing is the IPR Act of 2008, which required all government-funded, even if it's partially funded, research institutions to set up a technology transfer office. And where before that, there were a few here and there that had one, and Stellenbosch had one before, but it basically required all 26 universities to set up a TTO and certain ways to run those things, and it also set up a National Intellectual Property Management Organization to try to help govern how we manage the assets of IP that are being created with the public's money, and how to go about that. And let me, maybe I'll stop there.
Yeah. Because actually, and you can notice already how everything is kind of connected. So I know it's challenging for our panels to focus on policy without necessarily going to how is that implemented through the key players. So interlapping a bit with the universities, how they're doing it with the research organization offices. So maybe, Tahir, I don't know if you want to add something about how do South Africa's policies, if you have another pillar there, promote research commercialization, and if you want to add something on that context.
Testing. No, thanks for that comprehensive view, Brendan. But I think what Tunisia is doing, as an example, it's actually an accelerated journey of what South Africa, the journey that South Africa is on. So if I look at, Savant as an example, right? So we do deep tech science and engineering, like that is our bread and butter. But we actually started off as an incubator. We recognized very early on that the real opportunities for growth is going to come from cutting edge science and engineering opportunities. And there actually was no backing or no ecosystem per se when we started, right? And so along the way, all these different acts and interventions actually started cultivating an ecosystem. And it's not to say that you need to be very specific to create the opportunity for deep tech, because the deep tech opportunity actually emerged out of this. You know, for us, for a long time, we were actually supported by the Small Enterprise Development Agency, which is funded by the Department of Small Business Development. And they had an incubation program, and it's still going on today, where they actually fund the operational requirements of incubators so they can actually go and support companies. We were just very niche in what we were doing, and we kept pushing for that niche. You know, and our companies are still benefiting from the tax incentives today. You know, when we need to invest or when we need to get follow-on investment into these science and engineering companies, you know, it really does do a lot when that portfolio company needs 25 to 50% less capital than it otherwise would require, because it's got a tax buffer. It doesn't have to pay tax. You know, there are a lot of grants floating around in the system, and then just having an innovation ecosystem where you are actually actively ensuring that there are venture capital funds available by establishing a fund of funds. You know, it allows the likes of us to actually start pulling other VCs into our realm and start saying, why don't you invest in this really interesting opportunity? We've got it ready for you. It's at a point where, you know, this thing can really fly. So why don't you come in and join us? And we've done that several times. So that's sort of what we've seen works in terms of growing the ecosystem.
Thank you, Tahir. And here I would comment on, if you would notice, the policies created with all the ecosystem players being connected. And I think here, David and Dr. Cosmos, maybe the first starting point would be to have a meeting with the other ministries to synergize how could we build the policies that would encourage the different players to take action. Because I think we heard a lot of interesting practices that I know it's from the government perspective, it's not a policy that is relying on only one ministry. Synergy is required. And I think it starts besides the ecosystem players from the government level. So I think the players, the institutions of the government have to have their own internal synergy and stakeholder gathering so that we could listen and try to implement adjusted policies, because I think there's something that can be tried and tested as a niche, and we never know where that could lead us. Yes, Brandon, you want to?
Yeah, just to quickly add one thing on immigration, and so our Department of Home Affairs manages our immigration. And there's a Startup Act movement. We don't have an act. We're trying to get there. And there's small wins, quick wins we're trying to get. And one of them is on immigration, where everyone coming into the country, no matter the qualification and skill, we're treated the same for a very long time, which there's a human element of that that's good, but it also doesn't attract the right kind of skills to build an ecosystem and an economy that we're talking about. So there was recently a new allowance made where if you're earning more than R1 million a year, which puts you in the top kind of 1 or 2% of earners in the country, that there's a special work permit incentive where you can come in and work for a year and can extend it quite easily to get people that are the high earning, high productivity kind of individuals, to attract them into the country to be able to work and contribute to the economy.
Thank you. And here also we could even dig deeper in that, in the market and international openness pillar that we're going to further zoom in. But because this is everything, as you see, again, everything is connected. And that's why the 5-pillar model kind of gives the government opportunity to think about all the elements and how to connect the dots between them. Now, we had a bit of an overview of some interesting policy frameworks implemented or tested. Moving on to the infrastructure that is needed to implement those policies. And here, referring again to what Mr. Alaya said, when they implemented the Startup Act, they needed to build the platform, the website for the startups to be published, to be revealed. So the platforms and infrastructure is needed to make things work and turn it from theoretical to actually practical output. So Alex, in Rwanda, how is Rwanda building deep tech infrastructure, particularly in ICT? I would require that would be a big responsibility. Are there any initiatives that stand out in supporting the digital economy or AI development? Please.
Thank you very much. And I want to, I feel this should be happening in Rwanda, of course, for obvious reasons. But I want to thank, to start by thanking our hosts, Uganda, and one, for hosting us, but two, for having set the foundation for me to be here. I'm an alumni of Makerere University, so I'm home. I feel home, and I feel the conversations here really resonate a lot. So going back to the question, I think the work that is being done by OST and all these kind of conversations is very important on highlighting bringing out the deep tech element, because giving language, I think for me, is very important. Now, the question you're asking is what we're doing on deep tech. Deep tech, that language we've not been using that language of deep tech. We've more been thinking of it as emerging technologies. You're talking about drone technologies, space technologies, AI, blockchain, etc. And the infrastructure that has gone mostly today, at least on the space side, there's ground stations. I think one of the key investments, I think in the last couple of years, was launched earlier this year, was a ground station for lunar mission coordination or communication, and that is spearheaded by the Rwanda Space Agency. But that also brings in another element that they're setting up a geo-hub, so that entrepreneurs and startups that are working within or innovating around this nexus are able to not only are able to tap into data sets. They do not need to invest in infrastructure themselves, certain infrastructure like collecting or buying data sets from the likes of ESA or NASA and others that have been collecting data for quite some time, but they're able to tap into this kind of geo-hub. And the other piece, maybe the real fundamental and where things started from, was the Kigali Innovation City. And that, I think, has been the story of most of our countries, trying to see, okay, how do we concentrate and build ecosystems, spaces and locations where at least we can locate some of these companies. And the Kigali Innovation City, that was actually the groundbreaking was done last month, but it's a $400 million investment, about 60 plus hectares of space. And I know that is very small in Ugandan towns, but we're not comparing. So 60 hectares, and that hosts infrastructure, yes, but mostly academic institutions. And that leads me to talk about the likes of Carnegie Mellon University that is already hosted there. The Africa campus is hosted there. Africa Leadership University, this Center for Biomedical Engineering, University of Rwanda, and several other centers, just to, again, double down on the talent development, because you have no deep tech if you have no talent.
Yeah.
So I know we have a talent conversation, but that I think for us has been the starting point. But it starts a little bit earlier with these investments that went into hubs. And saying, okay, let's have some hubs and see if really we have innovators and entrepreneurs that can innovate here.
Alex, I think out of all these different options and at least first steps that the government tested, I think, David, they said $400 million to start. I think we could get some funding for that, and we can actually establish the hub and see how it goes. Here I would share my experience at the DOT in Tunisia, establishing a center. That's how we don't need to do summits and big events. It becomes a daily mindset. People that love innovation will keep going to the innovation hubs if you create them. And once the space and the infrastructure is created for that, people will start coming and conversation are automatically created. So maybe you can get working on that funding to get at least initiate the infrastructure part. Now, Alex, just I want to, before moving on to our other guests, if you could tell us a bit how corporates play their role in the infrastructure perspective. Are they offering R&D partnerships where they would host or give their R&D departments to startups? How is that going? Is there these sort of initiatives?
Honestly, it's been a struggle, but I think it's catching up, and we're beginning to see some, like the biggest, I think it's Irembo, which is one of the e-government digitization agency. Or it's a government, it's not a government institution, it's a company, but has integrated public-private partnerships, and has been engaging with startups, has been engaging in terms of creating, whether it's hackathons, but also talent development and plugging in. The others, there's several other companies, including the likes of MTN, the telcos, participating as well in different aspects. But also big manufacturers like Inyanje, which is one of the leading agro processing. They don't offer spaces; they offer market opportunities. So on spaces, we've not seen a lot of that, but rather individual companies that are just in the space business that have established their own spaces. Yeah.
And I think that's interesting because, for example, I know that MTN is one of the biggest active corporates here in Uganda. So, and I know that they're involved already in the ecosystem. So maybe you could have a conversation to start a pilot that would later on be built on to offer the if needed infrastructure. Now, I know it's going to seem unbalanced, but I promise you it's not. Bear with me. Brandon, I'm coming back to you. In South Africa, Stellenbosch University is considering among the key players in African deep tech right now. Very engaged in supporting scientists and researchalization. They've been the biggest supporter in one of our beloved brain accelerator startups. So if you could tell us, how can university engage in the ecosystem, offering the needed infrastructure for deep tech startups?
I'll be as fast as I can. So we started an incubator in 2015 in partnership with the Incubator Support Program funded by the DSI. And part of the requirement of that was they would provide 60% of the funding if you found a 40% partner from the private sector. So that partnership, it forced it to get out of the government structures and into a place where there's value seen by the economy that's then contributing to it, and then they'll also source from it if it kind of changes that mindset. So we set up an incubator to support our portfolio and also be a bit of a regional impact thing. We also have there's lots of government policies that we've then applied and set up infrastructure in the university. One of them is a pre-seed fund. So the TIA seed fund to go next to that is to provide, again, 500,000 or 600,000 Rand to develop technology, to get it developed past where research funding is not allowed to go, but before where Tahir wants to give it money. And there's also a translational fellowship, so that's only for technology. We have basically an entrepreneurship postdoc year where we'll give a stipend to a person and pay the salary for a year of about 350,000 Rand, so you won't get rich, but it helps someone take the step into starting a startup. And then we take them through our incubation programs that we've set up at the Launch Lab through that year to help them figure out their technology specialists so they know that they can do it. But we help them figure out, does anyone care if you do it? And then can you do it enough times for enough people to try to make it a viable business and then connect them to investors and things. We also have set up a tool that kind of facilitates it called the Instant Startup that we're also letting other universities around the country use and giving them some handles for that. There's a fund that we helped raise back, so we had the documents and proposals written back in 2015. It only came online in 2020, and that's the University Technology Fund. So we actually motivated to raise the fund, but political reasons, only Stellenbosch can't have the fund, so now it's a fund for all 26 universities. And then also we're busy now setting up an angel network, because Stellenbosch is a very high concentration of high net worth individuals. We're only now setting up that angel network because we've shown traction in being able to work with companies that have attracted 700 million Rand of investments in the last 9 years. People are starting to wake up to, ooh, there's interesting things to put cash into. And one last thing, the infrastructure, our TTO is not under the DVC of research. Our TTO is under the business executive of the university, the COO, who manages the finances and things, and we commercialize all assets of the university, including IP. So I think that key almost like positioning and symbolic move of having us not be under the research DVC and under the business DVC sets us up with a whole different mentality. And I have to be an entrepreneur myself. I have to sell value for what we do. I'm not fully funded by the university, which is a great asset because we have to stay sharp. We are entrepreneurs while we're coaching our teams to do the same.
Interesting. You know, Brandon, I'm going to comment on that because we're going to go back to it. It's interesting that branding, which he's leading the responsibility of implementing these R&D practices in Salzburg. You've been an entrepreneur yourself. You being the faculty implementing that, I think let's note this aside because I'm going back to this point in the talent part, but it's important that the university part who's doing it knows the process.
Can
well
I add
educated, and
a
I'll get
quick
back
comment?
to that. We'll stay tuned to talk about this. Now, I asked about the corporate's role in the infrastructure, and Alex told me in Rwanda it's still emerging, but I know in France, Hello Tomorrow, they've been luckier than that. So Alberto, Hello Tomorrow works very closely with European corporates supporting deep tech. You've run different programs with a lot of leading corporates there. So in your opinion, how can companies, what were the major incentives for corporates to engage in deep tech programs with you, besides the fact that Hello Tomorrow is charming?
I think there's like two major incentives for this. The major one is like basically the corporate needs. Corporates were in need of major transformation and major innovations to stay ahead of the curve of innovation. I always use an example for this, and it's like I've seen when I started working with, for example, oil and gas companies that were starting to look at innovation. They were still oil and gas companies. Today, most of the major oil and gas companies in Europe, if we talk about Repsol, Galp, Vattenfall, Total Energies, they don't describe themselves as this, they describe themselves as energy providers or sustainable energy providers. So in order to be, to take this position, take the lead, they needed to accelerate transformation, look into other markets, and the only way to do it was basically to externalize their R&D and start looking on what universities were doing, what entrepreneurs were doing, what was actually deep tech bringing to the table. But it was not only this, it was also encompassed by some support, for example, from the French government, and this one really good example, I was really amazed when I went like a few years ago to visit the Plateau de Paris-Saclay, which is like a major innovation university hub in France. And the vision of the developers of this place was not just to construct and bring all major universities there, but basically they encourage also big corporations to build the innovation and labs over there. So you go to a place that is outside Paris and you get in the same place the R&D departments for big major corporations and universities. And this also in coordinated with the support from universities that were mixing entrepreneurship.
Grow where within the confines of Total Energy is too big for a small project, but when that grows and in the context of a startup or a set of startups, then Total can become that place where that innovation can thrive and scale.
Thank you, Richard, and it's cool because I'm also approaching you for the next one. Now, if we talk about talent and education needed to drive the implementation of all these initiatives, Richard, as a CEO, how important it is to hire the right tech team and how easy it is in the US? What are the existing programs or factors enriching the STEM talent pool? And are there specific strategies to attract and retain talent as well? Of course, besides that, you're also charming.
That's typically the job description. So the US is cyclic. There are boom cycles and bust cycles. If you look at the past 20 years, you see 2001, you see 2008, you see 2020, so terrorist attack, financial meltdown, 2019 COVID, recently a potential breakdown of the banking system, which luckily was averted at the last minute. at some point somebody on the weekend figured out that like the banking system was going to break and made a change. And in these situations, like you have to like be cognizant of the larger markets. So 2 years ago, 2022, large tech companies were hiring left and right. Like it was a big rush to hire as much talent as possible. In the case in this case right now related to AI, and that like created a huge imbalance between supply and demand. Startups were starving of engineering talent. People there was something called the Great Resignation. People started moving from one job to another, making sometimes 2x the amount of money for less work. And that created problems for a lot of startups during that time, because they're looking at bringing brilliant minds to work on really important problems, having a lot of trouble. 2 years later, a lot of people it's now cool to talk about efficiency and reducing workforce, so you have access to talent. And a startup needs to be cognizant of the times it's in, and be strategic about when it can hire and at what in what domain and at what cost. A lot of startups are VC funded. The funding doesn't change dramatically based on salaries that you have to pay. So you have to be strategic about when you bring in people, and you have to be not only thinking about local talent but global talent. And in many cases, if you look at many startups, they talk about their amazing engineering talent, but they also don't tell you about the contracting workforce that they have on staff that is global, that they're taking advantage of, because we're in a world that's much more globalized, that access to talent is no longer, doesn't necessarily require a person to be at a desk right next to you. You have access to talent that, as long as you have an internet connection, you have access to all the compute, you have access to all the communication tools, and now you can scale that way and scale down when necessary. Today, it's easier to hire really smart people, very capable people who understand the technology you're trying to make to develop. But we know in 12 months we're going to be in a situation where all the tech companies are going to, the large tech companies and the large biotech and pharma companies are going to hire again, and we need to be cognizant of this and prepare for these cycles. And I think just every startup in this case really needs to think about how do I just think about the milestones I need to reach and the talent that I need to support me getting to that next milestone, so we can go to the next one as well.
And Richard, so basically it's an internal process led by the startup itself, planning its strategy. Are there ecosystem initiatives supporting you to access talents?
So there are universities. Universities are always amazing at helping you place talent, junior talent, because it's people coming out of college, but that preparation starts early on. For example, we have strong relationships, because I'm a graduate of MIT. I have strong relationships with people from that university. People tell me, hey, by the way, next summer we're going to have some interns that would like to work with you, because they're looking at AI in our case. So preparing the next generation of talent to bring them on through a partnership with universities is very helpful, because not only do they bring you talent that you need, but they also start adapting their programs to the needs of the industry and the markets. And that's really important, because you don't want to be graduating, let's say, a lot of nurses when we have an abundance of nurses. Not the case, but But like at each point, like universities need to be also really in touch with like the needs of the market and preparing that like 3-4 years from now, the right talent shows up for these companies.
Thank you, Richard. And here, just as some key takeaway, I would say here, you might wonder, all right, but it's a university startup collaboration. How can the government, if we think about it, government perspective, how can they encourage that? Having a task force with universities and urging them to create spaces of job fairs, events with startups, and at least try to limit the gap. If there's no communication or there's no hub already, we can have a Future Lab meeting where we could invite some universities, we could invite some startups, and we can already have some matching where startups could access talents, who could have shout-outs in classes, and that's how we actually get some startups to hire the talents they need. Now, Alberto.
One more thing?
Yes.
Since I'm on the roll
actually, we have some time. That's why I think this is very interesting, and I think you would all agree with me that this is an amazing opportunity to learn from what's being done. So, but I know that we're having some extra time. That's why I'm allowing extensions. Yes?
So in the case of government, like the US is like a federal government, so we have a lot of like state government work. So about 10-15 years ago, Massachusetts decided that Massachusetts should become the hub for biotech. Silicon Valley had become the hub for all information technology, and Massachusetts really like created partnerships between government, universities, hospitals, to the point where like the Boston area is the hub for all biotech innovation, and people move there because they move their headquarters because like that's where all the technologies related to biotech were happening. Today, Massachusetts is thinking a lot about climate technology. Like what is the investment of that state government going to be? How is it going to partner with other federal government agencies? And how is it going to partner with universities to prepare an ecosystem where like the community just like starts thinking and investing time, effort, money in that space. So like having a vision like led by the government really helps orient the research, the innovation, the dollars spent.
Thank you, Richard. And I would just confirm how impressive the Boston infrastructure is, and that's where we're heading next week, as we're taking a delegation of our Brain Accelerator startups to have an immersion there. And I think this kind of initiative already gives us visibility on what is being implemented and how can we encourage it as ecosystem builders with our government partnerships in our home countries. Now, Alberto, France is also doing interesting things when it comes to talents. As being Hello Tomorrow, having a comprehensive perspective as ecosystem enabler, how would you describe the ecosystem drive in France to create a pipeline of talents for deep tech ventures? And what's your intake for the Visa Talent Initiative?
I think there's two questions here, but the first regarding the pipeline of deep tech entrepreneurs, basically for me it's a mix between two things. One, it's time, because it took a lot of time for France to manage to implement the vision of the need of creating scientist entrepreneurs, and also the political willingness. It came from the half of the government, like public institutions as BPI France, but also the universities by themselves. We have seen the emergence of very important deep tech programs within universities, like helping bridge the gap between science and entrepreneurship. Like for example at Polytechnique and at the École de Mines. So it's like it's a mix of these two. The question of the visa, the talent passport or the French Tech Visa, basically it plays two roles. One, it opens the market also to international to establish in France. Me myself, I'm not French. I've been working in France for more than 10 years. I was kind of trapped into this, and now yes, it's a question of bringing talent. Also, which is really important here, that is maybe a question that I want to open to the table, not the question of the opportunity, but also the question of retaining talent, and the question of what happened with this talent, what they could bring back to the countries of origin, which is really important when you have been abroad.
Thank you, Alberto. And I would just do a shout out for one of these amazing universities offering great talent pool for deep tech. We have Mr. Bruno Martineau from Polytechnique Paris here, so shout out to you. Thank you for being here. All right, then Tunisia is doing pretty well in terms of talent as well. So Tunisia is known in science and technology fields, boasting over 15,000 researchers annually. What are the government practices leading to this pipeline generation?
Indeed, I mean, the Tunisian government invests a lot, in education, essentially, STEM education. And the government did also its best, really dedicating between 0.7%. In fact, I was really confirming the data with my friend Heshmi, which is reaching 1% and even exceed 1% when it concerns R&D and constituting, the talent. So I trust, however, 1% or even more, a little bit, this did not and will not meet the expectation, of the researcher and the potential of delivering the deep tech solution. Yet Tunisia's university provide a solid foundation in STEM fields, and this is very known, in the region, producing a steady stream of engineers, researchers, tech area also particularly, and within these technology, within what we call the sandbox. These are, how to say, it's a close framework where you can really test, technology. The Central Bank of Tunisia was also, a space for testing solutions in fintech and also others for biotech, etc. However, I say, just to conclude, as there is a value of death for any startups, considering, consisting for the lack of funding, there is a similar value of death in deep tech. In Tunisia, but not only in Tunisia, in most of the developing countries, if I may speak on behalf of them, which is the lack of necessary expertise and specific know-how to mature nascent technology, and to be incorporated into the solution. Here came, of course, the role of institutions like MIT, like others, of course, to be able, and also like OST, academic, also, and bridging in order really to provide such a expertise, and to fill the gap and badly needed in Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Alia. Now, we talked about the policies, the infrastructure needed, the talents driving the implementation. Now, that would be a bit costly, no? Let's talk a bit about the funding. Tahir, going back to you as an investor, what are the funding models that are currently the most available for deep tech in Africa, in your opinion? And while the US is leading in deep tech VC funding, based on current stats, with investors willing to take long-term investments in areas like AI, biotech, and I think Richard already gave us an overview, what encouraged Savant Fund to invest in deep tech startups? What incentives or regulatory environment or government initiatives that encourage you to invest in deep tech startups?
Cool, thank you. So when I look at the funding models that have worked for the companies that we have backed, it's almost always been a blend. So you've never had just private capital. We have that relationship with the Technology Innovation Agency. So we are actually able to help take these companies at a very early stage and help them structure, the grants that they get so that they can actually turn the innovation into an MVP. So they can go to market, actually get data points, and on the back of that, they become investable. That's actually how we raised our first fund, and it doesn't stop there, right? So, when you look at deep technologies, it takes a lot to actually develop these things and get them to market. And so the drive behind it is that it's usually solving an immense real-world problem. So as a result of that, we're actually able to get a lot of foundations and other sorts of institutions to actually put capital in these businesses as well. So you've got a lot of non-profit capital going into these businesses. And then oftentimes, so as an example, we've got a company that does hydrogen production, right? So they do it more efficiently at a lower cost, but there's a capital requirement to that. And then just touching on sort of the corporate side of things again, we actually partnered with a mining multinational company, and we basically co-funded the initial commercial pilot of that technology. You know, we wouldn't have been able to do it on our own. You know, internally, we wouldn't have been able to get it past the investment committee if we had capital as well. But this mine, and then when it gets to a certain point, you know, those rollouts actually just fund themselves, or the customers fund them. So there's a seed. It's a really difficult journey because oftentimes it's not enough. So if you look at the US as an example, right, that's like what's it, like a $25 trillion economy. Africa is like 3 trillion, you know. So there's a lot happening, and so here, like the reliance on luck and chance, so the right timing for a customer to buy, the right timing that a particular program is funding, you know, that the government has made the right decisions. A lot of that is literally luck. So that's just in terms of the model, and you sprinkle a little bit of luck on top of that, and maybe you'll have some success. And then why Savant got into it? It's because, you know, I've been there 7.5 years, but Savant is actually a 20-year journey. The founders of Savant is a scientist and an engineer, both with MBAs, wanting to help early-stage businesses in an environment where they were completely overlooked. And so that became the theme and the thesis, and we kept evolving on that over time. And then, you know, we ended up with an incubator and an acceleration arm as well, and then a corporate program management arm as well. And really, all the structures that you see in place is the evolution of a need. So it's like, let's support the entrepreneurs, okay, or we can only support them to get so far. We need to get them capitalized, find a partner, get them grant funded. Grant funding gets them so far. Other investors don't want to come in, raise a fund, you know, start funding these companies, get them to a point where they are highly attractive, and then other capital starts coming in as well. So it was really just a matter of, I think, passion by the founders, and that's how we got into it. There wasn't this deep tech term at the time. It was just, you know, there's science and there's engineering, and there's just very interesting technologies that can come from this continent, be exported globally, and bring dollars back onto this continent while driving industrial change, or while driving a significant environmental impact.
Thank you, Tahir. Actually, I am coming to you, Brendan, actually here. I also want to have your experience and reflection, Brandon, on the UTF. And here I would do a shout out, though he's not here, Mr. Wayne Stokes, who the director of UTF, great supporter of our startups, and also of the deep tech ecosystem in Africa. So how was the experience there, and how important do you think encouraging these early stage initiatives of funding, and how can the government empower that?
How can the government empower it? I'm not sure. And every government needs to figure out what's happening and kind of help it move forward. I think the talent and funding thing go hand in hand. There's a report put out by a guy named Zoltan Axe from the London School of Economics and Things, and he runs the Global Entrepreneurship Development Index, thegedi.org. And there's a report that we use a lot to try to figure out how is our ecosystem growing across 14 different things. Our biggest challenge was startup skills, so the talent issue. The second biggest challenge was funding, and those correlate, because if you ask to hear what does he look for, it's like, yeah, tech team. If the humans doing it aren't quality, then we're not going to give it money, even if the tech's sexy. So the talent and the funding have to go hand in hand, and South Africa has had a very pessimistic view on deep tech innovation that we produce locally, because and you can see it walking around here, there's people with Lakers basketball jerseys. It's like, we want America. And coming from a guy with my accent, it's like, no, you don't. You want to do your thing. And South Africa's had a very pessimistic view of our own innovation, so we haven't procured from our own innovation. So we had to figure out, how do we meter funding in the appropriate way to let the talent build, the reputation of the talent and the actual talent get to a place where it can receive proper funding. So the UTF that we work very closely with. We're their favorite hunting ground. About 40 transactions into our companies, multiple transactions on some companies. There's an early stage, almost like a pre-seed grant of 500K from the UTF, and we also have our money that's going into that. So you can get about 1.5 million out the gate, which is quite a bit. They have another bucket of money that's 1.5 million. Once you've proven what you do with the 500K, then there's a safe, non-dilutive yet, so a simple agreement for future equity, safe, where you give them money and you say, we're going to take equity in the future, and we'll cap it at a certain value, but let's not worry about valuation now. Just take the money and do something. And there's more milestones and things that you need to achieve in that time frame. And once you've spent the money and you've achieved those milestones, then you get into the real investment the way that the UTF team terms it, and it's 5 to 7 million of series seed, and that's the way they term it. And then that's a valued round. So that's the first time real money has landed in the company that is dilutive, but they've let the talent in the team go through programs like what we do in other incubators. They're learning how to spend money, they're learning how to lead a team, learning how to navigate the customer dynamic and access to market. And then real money starts flowing when they've kind of de-risked the team in a way. And they may have been able to attract additional talent that are not scientists and engineers, because you need people that can talk to people. And they could have generated enough traction and created space in the cap table to incentivize an experienced entrepreneur to then join the team.
Thank you, Brendan. I think it's important you mentioned the second point, the talent. It's not only the tech talents, and this is something, the struggle that we faced when we did a couple of initiatives. It's important to keep the balance between the STEM and the business talents, because most of the science entrepreneurs, sometimes they are CDOs, but they're not CEOs, they're not CBOs. So it's important to keep the balance and engage also the business universities. So we have here, shout out also to Ms. Leila, we have amazing business university like the South Mediterranean University of Tunisia, and also in the region. So these kind of synergies and diversification are needed to create the needed pipeline that will then encourage the funding to flow, because there are talents who are ready to welcome it and use it well. Now, I know that there's one of our guests who is mostly passionate about funding. So Mr. Ali, I know this is your thing. So if you could share with us Tunisia, and this is something a pride, and I'm very grateful that I witnessed it. Tunisia just launched the first deep tech VC fund called Median VC. Mr. Nauman Fehri, let's give him a shout out. So a shout out to Mr. Nauman Fehri, the previous Minister of ICT and Innovation in Communication in Tunisia. Unfortunately, he couldn't be among us. But Median VC for us is a pride, because that's the first deep tech fund in Tunisia's history. And it came after a lot of iterations, a lot of efforts, and also thanks to the support of believers like Mr. Alaya Tayyib through the Fund of Fund. So if you could tell us how you were part of the key players investing in it through the National Fund of Funds, can you share how the vision came to life, because that was progressive, and then how the Startup Act also covers investors' incentives, and all of this came gradually. So if you describe to the government how they, even if it's scary and if it's tough, how can they test and do a progressive strategy of onboarding Tunisian diaspora, younger generation? Oh, this is another topic. I remember you mentioned the younger generation. That was a very interesting.
It's already a big
we'll tackle that later. Let's cover the first. That's a whole big topic that we'll cover later. Yeah.
Thank you very much. In fact, this is very, very strategic question indeed. In fact, to be frank with you, I mean, in 2020, we don't have any idea about really facing one day or receiving, a project, in a deep tech. So we don't know what's really going to happen in the country. We don't have any idea about the potential of the entrepreneurs, what they are really delivering, what kind of solution they're really providing, into the market. So the idea is that we've been really observing about what's really happening, in the market. The only thing that it is clear in our mind is that we don't like really to put all our eggs in the same basket. So we don't need really to invest, a lot in one sector, etc. We made one rule, is that we don't exceed 40% in one sector. Let's say deep tech or 40%. We can, so we keep always observing. Of course, thanks to Startup Act, which is really delivering, 20 newcomers, in the market, and we're still really having, the statistics, growing. I mean, in 2023, we realized that we have 238 startups in deep tech out of 1,000. So that means you have almost 1/4 of all the, how to say, the startups developing, I mean, in the market, being in deep tech. So this, frankly speaking, this encourage us as a fund to say that probably it's time really to give chance to this team as far as they are going really to invest on only 23 startups out of 230. Of course, they can really have a selection. They can really have a selection. But 10%, of course, I mean, our friend in Silicon Valley consider it's too high, 10%. But of course, they still can dig, I mean, into the market. Anyway, so Startup Act help us a lot to have a visibility of being able really to invest on deep tech fund or not. Of course, we start, I mean, in 2020, we have only 10 startups in deep tech. In 2023, we have 238. That means there is a potential, and all our talents in Tunisia are considering that deep tech is a market, and they are really investing. They are finding problems for which they are really delivering, I mean, a solution. So I think, and at that time also, we've been extremely happy to say that our investment is really consuming, or let's say absorbing, only 10% of our fund of fund. So we still have the possibility to invest more and more in deep tech and give a chance, I mean, to what's really happening in the market. Of course, it's very important to understand that there is a challenge with deep tech. Deep tech itself, I mean, the startup in deep tech, I mean, needs a lot of needs. I mean, it's really, I mean, if I summarize, deep tech startups are, how to say, are capital intensive and time consuming. You have really to wait till, I mean, their solution mature, I mean, in the market. So this needs, of course, money to be able really to follow, I mean, so this is something extremely important. There is one thing which I like really to stress, is that for when Titan Seed Fund or Medin VC, I mean, the fund management company, was really willing really to raise funds, they couldn't really find locally, I mean, institution who can really invest in them. They consider that it is too risky. Deep tech, early stage, technology, etc., is too risky. So the excellent news that made us extremely happy as a player of Startup Act in Tunisia is that our entrepreneurs could really, I mean, make, I mean, how to say, fundraising through individuals and family office. And this is a new mindset in Tunisia. Frankly, if it's not because of this, we couldn't really discover that there is a new type of investors, like, I mean, individuals and the diaspora. And it's mot d'ordre, I mean, for our friends from Uganda and other African countries, dig into your diaspora. They understand the importance of technology, they understand the importance of investment in startups, and they can really back you. Even if you don't find local institution investing and taking the risk, investing, I mean, in local funds, which is really targeting technology, go to the diaspora, you'll find solution. And we have two cases, very excellent case in Tunisia, 216 Capital, which has 20 individuals investing, I mean, it's fund, without asking any tax exemption. And also Titan Seed Fund, which was also investing in having, I mean, diaspora and also family office investing. This is extremely good thing, which create a new mindset in Tunisia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alaya. And here I would just comment on one thing very important. The reason that encouraged the Fund of Fund to invest in the Titan Seed Fund for deep tech was the fact that they were able to say, now we have 1/4 of the startups that are working in deep tech, and it's worth that we test something with them. Why? Because they already built the infrastructure and the platform to track that. And here I'm referring to Christy when she shared some important point when talking about building ecosystems, the capacity to measure. The government needs the starting point, and to do that, they need to build a measurement framework over certain timeline so that they could actually reach, all right, we observed, we have the data, now we have something to build on and make informed decision. So the importance of measurement, and then the importance of figuring out creative ways of onboarding the family offices. And here I remember when you told us about the strategy, Sialaya, because it was very interesting, how can the government support that? Creating meetings where to invite those younger generation. I think this is, I loved it. Like we have in Tunisia, as part of our economy, we do have monopole families. It exists as part of the economy, but it's interesting that we took that current state, switched it into an opportunity for the ecosystem. So now with the internet and the younger generation, you shared with us the opportunity of inviting or doing networking events of the younger generations of those established families who now might be more interested in keeping track with the new innovation. So if you could tell us a bit about
Yasmin,
that.
in fact, I mean, that is extremely very important thing. Smart Capital is, in fact, responsible of that. And we make monthly webinar with the diaspora in order really to speak about what's really happening in the Tunisia, what kind of fund has been really created, what kind of startup has been really funded. So these diaspora, I mean, through our webinar, monthly webinar, these diaspora are always informed about what's really happening. So they are always contributing to the startups and also to the funds. Those who have money, they contribute to the funds and even to the startups. And those who have expertise, know-how, network, market access, etc., they can really also provide it to the startup. We create an excellent dynamic.
Yeah.
I mean, through, these, of course, the Startup Act itself, the funding help a lot because the funding is securing those who would like really to be involved.
Yes.
So in most, the cases, our child funds, when they would like really to raise funds abroad, they always asking them, who's your anchor investors? If the anchor investor, the local anchor investor, like Anava in Tunisia's case, exists, most of the investors will invest with them.
Thank you, and congratulations for driving that and testing it. Now, going to the market and international openness, and here I'd like to comment a bit about this fifth pillar. We talked about the policy, the infrastructure, the talent, the funding, and now the market and international openness. And why I'm saying this? Because for deep tech specifically, if you want to build a feasible and practical roadmap, you need to have a specific focus on this. More than the soft tech. The deep tech takes its credibility as a solution from being on track with the trending technologies. So, and you cannot do that if you don't know what's happening in the world with those technologies evolution. So it's mandatory for the government and for the players to think of how can we keep up with the new trends in deep tech. Otherwise, you can't be deep tech even if you're deploying an AI strategy that has been deployed 10 years ago. Deep tech takes its credibility from evolution, and here I want to think of how can we support that as ecosystem. So Alex, how is Rwanda positioning itself as an international tech hub? And here maybe we could tell us a bit about CMU Africa, Mr. Stanley doing a shout out, and the great efforts you're doing as well. So Alex will tell us a bit more. And what international collaborations have been key to Rwanda's growth in tech and deep tech innovation?
Thank you very much. I think it's, I'll start off, as you correctly said, with the collaboration with CMU. I think that goes back around 2011 when it started, and with the effort of saying, okay, if we want to attract talent, if we want to really build an ecosystem that is building tech, maybe not deep tech at that time, but technology and ICT companies, let's invite one of the best universities in the world in the space in the computer science to set up faculty. Actually, they have faculty, global faculty that comes there, and Stanley will give them more. But beyond that, in addition to the other infrastructure and the space that is there, there's also other universities specifically that are looking at these areas that feed all of which deep tech feeds off. That's talent, and that's Africa Institute of Mathematical Sciences. Also AIMS, which has campuses in Cape Town, in Senegal and elsewhere, but also has a campus in Rwanda. So, and then Africa Leadership University, I think you touched the point of making a good balance between having tech as well as on the business side. How do you make sure that you not only have people that are technically competent, but also you have these. So those collaborations, I think then you have others, UGHE in the medical space, University of Global Health Equity, which has also set up, has a campus in Rwanda and works on cancer research and several other areas in partnership with Harvard Medical School. That now is also beginning to evolve into other areas, deep tech areas in pharmaceuticals, where we're seeing most recently BioNTech setting up their facilities in Rwanda for vaccine production and research and several things along that line. But the investment and the positioning is also intentional in terms of, say, for example, there's been intentional investments in vaccine research. Okay, Akajara Medicines, which is Boston, we talked about the Boston ecosystem. Yes, it is the research team and the people behind it from that ecosystem, but they're also setting up in Rwanda, and the government has made investments in that. And this also is on top of what has already been touched on in terms of funding. When the government, when we were working on the on policies and trying to see, okay, how do we build these things, there was an intentional effort to say, okay, you set up a Rwanda Innovation Fund, which is also a fund of funds, smaller than the numbers that they've been mentioning. It's about $30 million, but its intention is to invest in African tech-enabled companies, not just Rwandan companies. And today that portfolio includes companies from Nigeria in electric vehicles, companies, yes, in Rwanda that are in the artificial intelligence space, and several, and a few others. So that for us is to say, okay, if you want talent that is continental, the talent that is at CMU is only 30 to 40% Rwandan. If you go to Africa Leadership University, it's only 30 to 40%, if not less, Rwandan. And AIMS is the same. And that talent permeates and gets the talent that comes to study in Rwanda, and then most of the times is also staying in Rwanda and building these companies in Rwanda. On top of that is the Nosken Startup House. Okay, the Nosken, which is one of the biggest startup campuses in, I think, even in Europe, it might be the biggest in Sweden, but that is by one of the founders of Klarna. Is it Klarna? Yeah. And that is that infrastructure hosts over maybe has capacity for 1,000 or more. He's from Nosken, so Abraham, right? Yeah. So these are the for me, these are some of what I can mention. There's several other collaborations. They work with University of Tokyo in the space. So yeah.
So this is very interesting, Alex. So my main takeaway of this is right. Sorry. So my personal takeaway of listening to this is the impressive investment of Rwanda on the approach of universities. Like, all right, for the bridge to international openness in Rwanda that we're going to prioritize right now is universities. International collaborations between universities, attracting talents, doing joint partnerships between different countries. So it's interesting that you're looking at it from a university perspective as a bridge to the international market. Here, before wrapping up with the last question, I think it's been a very rich panel. I would also want to share a bit that Tunisia recently has been following a new trend where the government funds delegations of startups to go attend JITEX, Vivatech, international events. And this simple initiative is very powerful in exposing startups to what's happening inside. So if you cannot afford to develop a partnership with an international university to have this bridging, just fund few travel tickets, some accommodation, and you have startups being exposed, that they would drive connections, they would convince people to come visit, and this is out of experience. This is what we've witnessed in the previous few years. So little steps can make a lot of change. And here I would wrap up, okay, very quickly, Mr. Ale, and then wrapping up with Alberto, because I know it's been a bit hectic for the audience.
Very quickly, in fact, really to follow up with what you've been saying. I'm extremely happy to hear that in Rwanda they are encouraging the investment with international startup. In fact, the Tunisian Startup Act is an act which is giving, the advantage for whoever is really investing in technology, in Tunisia. That means we have today 25 nationalities. We have 56 startups being based in Tunisia because the law allowed. And why Tunisia did it? Because yes, Tunisia would like really to be a hub, but also Tunisia like to inspire. And by inspiring, and I'm very happy to hear that Rwanda is really doing, by inspiring other African countries to get open to other African startups to be based on its land. All Africa became a free trade space for technology. Because if whoever is in his country is really welcoming, startups from all Africa, that means all Africa is really becoming for African and for technological development. This is something extremely important to, to follow, in order that Africa could be really a technological hub.
And just here, very briefly, before wrapping up this panel, actually this is an approach not only followed in Africa. Even with our latest collaborations extending OST platform to the GCC, even KAUST and Saudi Arabia being a very advanced ecosystem, this is an approach that they're following. They're actually currently deploying a soft landing deep tech program to attract foreign deep tech startups to establish partnerships or offices in Saudi Arabia. You might wonder why, besides having the money to do that. It's important to create an environment, a local environment, is to make it dynamic and interesting for the local players. They want something that they want to be part of. So the fact that the GCC is doing this is like aligned with what's happening in Rwanda, what Tunisia is trying to do. So it's interesting to do something to attract foreigners, because that creates a vibrant ecosystem of exchanges that will lead on concrete implementations. So Alberto, I think if you want an international amazing event to attend and will follow on what we've been saying, there's the upcoming Hello Tomorrow Summit. So maybe you could give us free tickets because we're promoting it, Alberto. So how Hello Tomorrow being a leader in deep tech ecosystem development in Europe, not only France, you worked with different international partners. Can you share on the importance of international openness when building deep tech? And tell us a bit more on the Deep Tech Summit initiative and purpose behind it, the global challenge that is open not only for African startups, but global ones. And that will be our wrap-up question. Thank you.
Yes, well, you're always welcome at Hello Tomorrow.
For free? Okay. we noted
hope
that.
to see you there in March, but yes, at the origin, we were, since the beginning, since our origins, we have been an international organization, not just in the topics that we discussed, the ideas that was basically to create like a forum of discussion to bring all the players around deep tech already 11, 12 years ago actually, to be able to discuss what was going on with deep tech and put the name on the table. But also within our team, we have more than 20 nationalities represented within our team, which is like incredible. And we always had like this international perspective, because we know it's important to, when you are developing or you're working on a national economy, or when you're an entrepreneur, you need to see in three different circles. You need to see at the national level what's going on in your country, which value you can bring. You need to also understand what's going on at the regional level, because there's a lot of regional specificities that needs to be covered, and basically bringing regional actors together can bring a lot of strength to deep tech alliances. For example, we have seen it in Europe. We have like something that is called Deep Tech Alliance that is basically doing that. And also the international level, which is like more like to understand, to learn what are others doing. And I'm going to wrap up with something that I have heard like of people attending the Hello Tomorrow Global Summit. It's that it's incredible how being there, we're surrounded by like around 3,000, 4,000 people, how everyone speaks the same language. Not because everything is in English, which is really uncommon for France, but because everyone's going through the same problems and the same struggles. And it's there, like talking, discussing, and learning from others, or basically ideas spark, collaboration between institutions, and new projects and new activities, so yes.
Thank you. So here, a simple step that the government can do, David, is to host deep tech summits like this one, but for startups. And here we have the Hello Tomorrow that's happening in March 2025, and also the MIT Tough Tech Engine event that we're taking our startups to next month. So I think these kind of baby steps can also help empower deep tech ecosystems and establish a platform for international openness. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a very interesting panel. Thank you for your generous sharings. It's been an honor to have you, and thank you all for listening. Thank you. Can we have a picture, please? All right, so actually this has been an interesting suggestion from the team. We know it's been very interesting, very rich, so if there are any follow-up questions that would like to be shared now, we can have some extra time to go through that. Any questions for any of our speakers? Yes, please. Hello. Can we have an extra mic, please? Our panelists will be also following up with the questions.
Awesome. Okay, yeah, thank you so much for the panel. The scope was really incredible, focusing on funding, the infrastructure side, so I really appreciate all of the nuance in the conversation. So I think takeaway for me too is it's like the thing about deep tech, which is so interesting but also challenging, is, as we mentioned, capital intensive, time intensive, a long payback period. And then the infrastructure and specifically the policy that is required that makes it very hard to implement deep tech-like solutions. So there's countless examples of really radical innovation that being slowed down by the policy aspect. So that's kind of the center of my question is, like an example is innovations like golden rice, which was a biofortified rice created to like solve vitamin A deficiency. But because of policy, 25 years after creation, it's still not implemented. So my question for the panelists is, what are examples of really effective policies that can be created to foster everything that we talked about in the panel? So angel investment networks, talent acquisition and retention, like infrastructure. So what are examples of really successful policies, either within East Africa or within other countries that have supported deep tech innovation? And then as well as what are some of the policies that are really detrimental to deep tech innovation, and what are loopholes around that for startups or things that we need to modernize within these policies? So thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. So would you like to answer, or is it a question? A question? Yeah, sorry, let's tackle. Yes, so I think we have an answer first to that question. Sorry, sir, are you going to ask? Yes, we need to respond to the question that was, sorry. Yes, Brandon, please go ahead.
Is that for the startup perspective in particular?
Legalized by the government, like regulated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understand the regulation and adhere to it. Like the policies are there, protect the country and the public for certain things. All the policies are good or bad. There is a system to try to operate in. Like in South Africa, we have an IP exchange control issue that a lot of the investors find problematic. You can't get the value offshore if your funding is coming from offshore, so it creates barriers to investing but they have to operate in that space until, it's almost like someone needs to earn the stripes to be able to see policies change. So, adhere to the policies and the regulations, understand what they are, and then just work to be successful within the constraints. And eventually you can earn the right to recommend change, but it does take time to get that. And we've seen, in particular with the intellectual property offshoring, it was a big issue for one of our blockchain companies back in 2018. And it was like no one was going to invest in the company because lots of issues with getting the money offshore. So then we work with the director of NIPMO that manages where IP goes. We went on a bit of a roadshow within NIPMO and government and then managed to get that IP offshore. So it's not impossible, but you need reasonable reasons to start to move policy and regulation.
Thank you, Brennan. Yeah, yes, we have a second question then. Thank you, Martin. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm called Peter from Chambogo University. My question also is related to policy, but I've heard from Rwanda saying that you set up a fund to attract African talent to come and try to put up startups. But my question is, if we apply it all over Africa, which is a good thing, what about the barriers, the barriers that are already there? First of all, you cannot move from one country to the other freely. So if a person cannot move freely, how can a startup move freely? So even work. For example, going to South Africa from here is like a lottery. So if I have some startup I want to come and take advantage of, or I come to contribute to the talent pool in South Africa, how will I be able to go there? So there are some things we must first advocate for as governments to open up our spaces for people to move fast, people to be able to work, and then these other things may follow each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. That was the mobility challenge, very major point. So Alex, I think the question was for you. Yeah. Usema?
So,
yeah, okay, Ruth.
Thank you very much, Peter. I don't know how I'm going to answer this, but the easiest way is Rwanda is open.
Brent and Tahir, take that.
So, and that is really just not a cheesy way to put it, but we have immigration policies that we review on literally an annual basis, if not every 6 months. And that review aims at this one thing, to look at what are the skills gaps that we have and how do we make it easy for those people with those skills to be able to come in the country and work. There was also another element on incentives. So the companies that set up there. So for I think part of what was touched was the Startup Act or Startup Law, but beyond all, because we've not yet activated our Startup Act. But even before that, we have an investment policy that is open, and a company that qualifies, actually, they give you work permits. So you are allowed a certain number of work permits for people that are coming into the country to be able to work without hassles, without actually even going into the skills in demand list. So going to your question on how can we make it, how can we spread it across the other countries, that is the real hard work. But I think for us, because we know we are playing a catch-up game, As I said, I studied in Makerere. I know the talent that was there back in early 2000s, and I was in the computer science class. And in Rwanda, we are playing a catch-up game. If you're playing a catch-up game, you need just to make sure that your environment is as conducive as possible. On the continental level, we are playing a catch-up game when it comes to these deep tech and the rest of the other things that we're talking about, science and technology kind of entrepreneurship. So that means that when it is up to us, and good enough that we have policymakers in the room, yeah, it is up to us to make sure that we make those things easy so that we create opportunity for our people.
Thank you, Alex. I know Richard and Mr. Alaya want to comment as well. And I think I also would like, Tahir, Brandon, would you like to comment on the South Africa thing? Let's go, Richard. Yeah, does it work? Can you please give another mic?
Hello?
Yeah, all good.
Hey, so I think we have to remember that in 2020 there was a global pandemic that happened, and every person worked from home. A lot of people worked from home. A lot of companies that had never thought of being distributed had to become distributed overnight. I was at Twitter at the time. We had 4,000 people. 4,000 people worked from home effectively across 4 or 5 continents. Technology is a big equalizer, and you need to figure out how to take advantage of technology to basically remove these borders that are man-made, that will take tens of years to remove politically and policy-wise and all this stuff. We have technologies that allow us to communicate at all times across the world, and take advantage of this. Take advantage of basically finding the right talent in anywhere in the world, and you don't need to move people from their from their homes, from their house, from their city to another place so they can become part of your team. You can actually take advantage of a global workforce with all the technologies that exist. We're today I have a startup where we're distributed, completely distributed. We don't have an office. We work from anywhere. This week I'm working from Africa. Next week I'll be working from, I don't know, Boston or New York or whatever. That's an opportunity. You have to think differently than we used to think when we had big office spaces and everybody sat behind a desk.
Thank you, Richard. So Mr. Alaya, and then we're going to have one last question and we go for lunch. Yes.
Thank you very much. In fact, I'd like really to remind the participants that the African Union is already working on the so-called the All-African Free Trade Agreement. That means, the movement, of product or service is going really to be, how to say, easy, within the next 2 years. All countries in Africa today are studying, this All-African Free Trade Agreement in order really to allow the movement, of product here and there. If this, with this, that means this will be ready, within next 2 years, let's say. But if with this, all the countries will work, as I said, Tunisia is really within the Startup Act, is really offering, the package of the 22 incentives for whoever from all the world. But my heart is with African. I said for whatever, whoever is from Africa is really willing to invest in Tunisia, he's really welcome. He is in Rwanda, I heard, it's very good news, that is also very welcome. I think in Côte d'Ivoire and Senegal also they are making something very similar. If all African countries will do it, that means everybody can really move, all product can move, etc. With the African Free Trade Agreement, so within 2 years, everything will be easy, and the continent will become a free trade agreement, but working technology, because of the Startup Act, which is going really to be implemented in different African countries. This is an excellent, frankly speaking, I already spoke with the CEA, la Commission économique africaine, in Dakar, and they accept the idea, they consider something, they are going really to work on it, really to give a chance to Africa to work on it. And come back really to the question of of the lady about I strongly believe that no one single country can really do everything. I mean, each country can really specialize in one thing. And I remember one case, I mean, in Saudi Arabia, one of the university, very famous university, they contacted me at that time, I was technology licensing practitioner, and they brought to me 27, invention. I threw 26, I kept only one. I told them, we are sorry. I don't know that Saudi Arabia is very famous in electronics. I don't like work in electronics. Not very famous in nanotechnology. I don't know. Not very famous in nuclear, I know. But in water desalination, yes. Because in 1961, Saudi Arabia made the first desalination plant, with seawater desalination in the world. We work on technology, and today, the technology has been really solved. Very successful case. So even in Africa, I strongly believe that each country has its specificity. So he really concentrates specificity, everybody will look on him in order really to be able really to work on that specificity, even in specialized medicine. For example, if somebody is really, today the medicine is really developing strongly, in order really to have some medicine directly for certain person. Ugandan people can have the technology to detect or give the specificity of the Ugandan people. Nobody in the world can really do it, except Uganda. So we have really to look for others who can really give this such specificity and succeed on developing.
Thank you, Saraya.
Thank you, I'm really sorry.
And I think, first, I think exactly, that's why we're here all together, representing all ecosystems to share. And Saraya, always a fan of your passion, always, so thank you. I think before going to the last question, before lunch, I think Tahir would want to answer about the South Africa he said, so please let's give him a mic.
Yeah, thank you. My brother, I feel you. It took me 17 hours to get here. It's quicker and cheaper for me to get to France and the UK than it is to travel on this continent. South Africa is really terrible with visas for our fellow African citizens, and as a result, we have the same issues when we try to travel to other African countries. Hi, Jeffrey. Those are challenges that's very hard for us to change. We can lobby and try to change those things, but I think it's more of a case of trying to work within the boundaries and the opportunities that we have, right? So Rwanda is a good example. Really easy, direct flights. I can get my visas quite easily. I can go in there. From Rwanda, it's a really easy jumping off point to the rest of East and West Africa. It's a perfect opportunity to be able to move around. So, potentially establishing a base there with which that can become a jumping off point to other opportunities. That's one way that you can do it. And then on the comment on technology and just connecting all of us, my big thing is, sure, we can get technology talent, we can get a degree of operational talent, etc., and use technology to bridge all of that from different parts of the world, but try to do a commercial agreement in Africa over Zoom, and you're not going to win, right? You need to have boots on the ground. And so a really good opportunity on Africa is actually finding the right partnerships. So don't go into a new territory alone. Why would you do that? Find a partner that's able to grow with you, or find a partner that already has the footprint that's adjacent to what you want to develop, and they become your go-to partner in that market, and that's how you actually sort of scale on this continent. So I just wanted to add that as from what I've seen in our portfolio, that works really well.
Thank you, Tahir, thank you. That's fair enough, that's a way to work with it. So we have one last question before lunch. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Badru Ntege. I'm on the board of a private sector foundation. I wanted to touch on the comment, the last two comments, in fact. Yes, the Continental Free Trade Area has allowed free movement of goods, but not people yet. For the South Africa conversation, all the governments have agreed. We're waiting for technology integration for the visa movement, and that's the latest update that we have. We just came back from Zimbabwe and Zambia. Uganda Airlines is opening routes across Africa, to enable the movement that we've been talking about in terms of you can move these 4 flights a week. So we're working with the different entities of the private sector to make sure that issues that have been raised are actually being sorted. I just want to give the room comfort that there are people moving to make things happen. So hopefully by the end of this year, I don't know if technology integration is done, we should be able to have free movement between Uganda and South Africa.
Thank you. That's wonderful. So that's not a question. I think that's a positive note. We're ending on it. So congratulations, and we hope to see that actually being concrete. So thank you, everyone. This has been amazing. You can get some rest. We'll be back at 2 p.m. So Mary Ann, maybe you want to give just a final word, and we'll see you at 2 p.m.
Oh, could I ask that we summon the energy to give one last round of applause to our panelists and taking their time to answer our questions. Thank you so much. So like Yasmin has said, we're going to take a break for lunch now. We've nourished our minds with so much content. So as we interact with the experts, all of you are experts, please do step outside the table where we registered. They will give you coupons for the lunch. So don't pass by because then you have to come back. Just get your coupons first, and then you can proceed to the buffet, and then we shall reconvene at 2 p.m. for our next sessions. So thank you so much. Have a lovely meal.
Thank you.
So we sent for the remaining guests to join us. All right, I think so that we respect the agenda, we're going to kick off. So I would invite Aya Shimli, our partnership head, to brief you about how are we going to go and move from the theoretical inspiring positioning that we had in the morning to the practical implementation. What is the methodology we're following? What are the action steps, and how are we going to structure these different sharings? So please give it a big round of applause for Aya of Partnerships Development at OSCE. Slides, please. Slides. Clicker. Yeah. Can you check? No, it's okay. Perfect. Just give another round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. So we hope that you are back inspired, full, and ready for the next steps. So this morning was about inspiration, possibilities, and willingness. And during the next 2 days and starting this afternoon, we'll be joining forces and we will tap into the power of collaboration and partnership to shape the future of Uganda's deep tech ecosystem. So be ready, please. So by the end of these 2 days, we aim to build connections, to initiate collaboration, but most importantly, we have to come up with a roadmap for the deep tech ecosystem in Uganda. Okay. So our journey to this destination will be structured around 3 main areas. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to try to understand the ecosystem perceptions. And for this, we're going to have panels, 6 panels, where we're going to bring local ecosystem stakeholders, entrepreneurs, universities, startup support organizations, investors, corporate and governments that will share the state of the art. They will share their needs, the opportunities that we will leverage, and their perceptions about the deep tech ecosystem. So please, you have to listen and take notes during these important panels. And then after the panels, we will brainstorm challenges and solutions. So we will have to build on the discussions of the panels to identify the challenges for each stakeholder of the ecosystem, and then come up with potential solutions to address those challenges. And when reflecting about those solutions and challenges, we will try to categorize them into 5 pillars that speak the language of the government. So maybe to come back, sorry. First thing, we're going to have ecosystem panel, bringing people to let you know about what's happening in the ecosystem, in the local ecosystem. Second, we're going to brainstorm, so you'll be split into groups, and then you will have to think about challenges, but also solution. And here the idea is to have up to 3 challenges and solution for each area or pillar. We have policy and regulation, we have infrastructure, we have talent and education, funding and access to capital, and market and international openness. And then the third thing, after the different sessions, we will have to prioritize the actions. So we will consolidate all the solutions per pillar, and then based on the impact and the feasibility of each solution, we are going to prioritize the big and quick wins. Is this clear, or are there any questions here?
If there's questions, we have a microphone.
No questions? Everything is clear?
And it's fine if it's not, we'll explain on the way.
Okay. Okay, so anyways, if this is complex, no worries. You will have printings in your groups, in your table, you will have printings with all the resources, with all the instruction of the detailed, how it's gonna go in detail. And also, you will have facilitators. So We'll have facilitators that will guide you throughout the process. So please join me in thanking and applauding our facilitator. We have Hude, we have Christy, we have Kate, Richard, Hans, Shirin, Mary, Nathaniel, myself and Yasmin to support everyone, Lavina and Kisimbi. So please join them and they will help you facilitate and go through the process.
Yeah, let's just go back to the very first one with the method, the big
Yes.
picture of the method. The very first one. So again, you are in tables with a mix of stakeholders.
Mm-hmm.
You will have panels. In each panel, the objective is to understand the local context. So make sure you listen to the panels and really highlight the important elements. And after that, you will be in a workshop to do part one, conversations about what are the challenges, what seem to be the solutions.
Yes.
So that's the second part, brainstorming.
Maybe to wrap up, Hude. So the first thing is you're gonna listen to the panels. Then you're gonna be in groups, your facilitator will help you, and then you have 75 minutes, including 45 minutes of thinking about the challenges and solution, and then one spokesperson per group to share the findings of the solution and challenges. And then we will have a workshop per stakeholder, so we'll have 6 workshops, a workshop for entrepreneurs, universities, SSOs, investor and corporates and government. So panel, then workshop, then sharing your findings. And then at the end, after we complete the 6 panels and the 6 workshops, we will end up with a consolidation workshop where we'll have solution for each pillar, and then you will work on prioritizing those solutions based on the impact and the feasibility. You will have the time for each workshop, you will have facilitator that will guide you throughout the process, and you will have materials. So we are here to support, let's just make it happen. And I wanna just end with maybe, I just want to end on an inspirational proverb, African proverb, that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So let's go far together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, after Aya clarified the flow, and as we said, no worries. By practicing and testing, you'll arrive to grasp how it's going to go. Today we're testing. We're going to repeat the same activity 6 times. So, I mean, if not the first, not the second, I'm sure that by the 6th you'll master it. So what we're going to do now, there are some people who are a bit late, so we'll make sure to add those tables who don't have a lot of group members to join others. And then what we're going to do now is that we'll start the exercise by listening to the panel of entrepreneurs. And it is symbolic that we're starting with the entrepreneurs who are the drive for the deep tech ecosystem. So for that, next slide, please. I'm honored to welcome on stage one of our brain champions, the winner of Egypt Entrepreneur Award for 2024. And I will let her further introduce herself. Such an inspiring lady. Please, Salma, CEO of Remedy, join us on stage. Woo. Next slide. Hey, a clicker, please. Yeah. You can welcome the guests here. Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you, Yasmin, for the introduction. I honestly planned to shine my panelists, not myself, so I'm a little bit put on the spot, but I'll go for it. So yeah, as Yasmin kindly said, I'm an Egyptian entrepreneur, female, doing deep tech as well, CEO of Remedy, and Remedy is a diagnostics company that is developing biotech-based tests for low resource settings. By show of hands, who was in Africa during COVID? How many of you is not able to get tested up until, I would say, mid-2020? And when you were able, it was either in limited situations where you had to wait in line and probably catch COVID in line, or where you had to pay a lot of money. And the reason for that is that we don't develop our own tests. And it's not because we don't know how to, it's just that we don't develop it. So this was the inspiration, honestly. COVID was the inspiration. And COVID was just the inspiration, but we decided that we were going to make these tests work for us. Where do these tests come from? They come from big players, US and EU players, but they were developed for these areas. So they were not meant to work in low resource settings, in hot and humid climates, in places where electricity would cut off frequently, and in places where you did not have skilled workers and personnel. So what do? We developed for this part of the world. So we developed tests that work for us. We don't need to copy US or EU technology, we can develop our own technology. So we developed a US patent, and we were able to deploy tests that were stable in hot and humid climates, that were 6 times more affordable, and you could generate a result using less equipment and a shorter time. I'm happy to be here part of BRAIN. It's been an amazing experience. If I'm allowed to say this out loud, we have been through other programs, and I would have to give BRAIN the support and a round of applause for being one of the best programs out there. And I'm standing today to moderate a panel about Ugandan entrepreneurs and hopefully work through the task at hand. Thank you. Should I call them out? So joining me on the panel today, I have Bunita Nanziri, founder of AgriGalTech. AgriGalTech utilizes their patented technology in the development of novel hardware and mobile cloud-based solutions to simplify and streamline disease diagnostics. Can Bunita join me on the panel? We also have Peter Nieko, founder of Mandulis Energy. Mandulis Energy are adapting and deploying new climate mitigating technologies to allow for reliable, sustainable, and affordable energy access. Can Peter please join us? Ernest Mobazi, founder of Sunbird AI. Sunbird AI is a nonprofit organization that develops artificial intelligence systems for social impact in Africa. Ernest. And Douglas Carabas, CEO of Innovix. I'm a nanomedicine person. I'm allowed to be not able to use the tech. Okay, so we're coming here to discuss deep tech. And I would have to say that the past couple of years have been big for deep tech. So we've seen the launch of ChatGPT. The first CRISPR-based therapy has been approved, and Nvidia became a $1 trillion company. But what does the deep tech scene look in Africa? Honestly, as a deep tech African entrepreneur, which also happens to be a female, I'm always asked, do you really do deep tech? Is there deep tech in Africa? But I would say thank you, InstaDeep. I now can say BioNTech acquired InstaDeep, and this is an answer that goes out there. But honestly, if we look deeper, there are more than 300 active deep tech startups in Africa that have collectively raised $3 billion in funding. And they operate in high impact industries such as health, agriculture, and clean tech. And I am sure with initiatives like this, with partnerships between the government and the private sector, we are going to increase visibility, and this is definitely only going to get bigger. But today, we're here to discuss Uganda. And I was put on the screen out there, so I hope you liked my improvisation. Okay, yeah. Now it's your turn. So you would have to say that Uganda's deep tech ecosystem is actually emerging with growth potential driven by contributions from government, academia, private sector, and the international organizations. And today we would like to discuss the pillars that were mentioned earlier by Christy Morse: legal and regulatory environment, innovation infrastructure, whether physical or digital, talent and education, funding and access to capital, and market and international openness. But we would like to discuss it from an entrepreneur's perspective. So if you would allow me to start with the first one, legal and regulatory environment. So a lot of regulations have been passed to support startups, especially those within the deep tech system. The Startup Act is in progress. There's the Uganda Investment Code, the Intellectual Property Rights Framework, and so forth. If I will start by Peter. So Peter, you started Mandulis in 2014, correct? Which takes us 10 years back. So how would you describe the startup ecosystem in Uganda 10 years ago and compare it to today on a general level and maybe and a little bit specifically within your vertical?
Thank you very much. So yeah, it's been a fun decade. I'd say in Uganda that we haven't had I'd say we haven't had an ecosystem that focuses only on startups, but I'd talk about, small businesses in general. And so you've got something out here called the Uganda Investment Authority, which supports all businesses that are going to invest $50,000 and up if they're local entities, or $100,000 and up if they're global. And so you'd find that most startups have been able to fit within that bracket. And so it's been a case of have startups been able to reach out to the Uganda Investment Authority, get registered, and take advantage of the different facilities that have been available, be it tax exemptions, support in navigating the regulatory ecosystem. For example, through the Uganda Investment Authority, it's been possible over the years since way back then to get support with work permits, for example, and other licenses. So that support has always been there, going back then up to now. In terms of the ecosystem, it's more of a case of how many more entities in Uganda would report themselves as startups in a global sense. Probably more now than back then, and probably because there's a lot more entities today working in the digital space than there were before. For us in the energy side of things, so renewable energy, you could call us clean tech, I'd say similarly as well. Going back to 2014, you'd find most of the newly set up entities were focused on growing to generate electricity to feed the grid, for example. And so you'd find entities that would be, having very much an infrastructure play. So setting up and growing to be multi-million-dollar entities. But today you probably have a lot more entities that are not just a solid infrastructure play, but actually looking at how they can take advantage of the more readily available access to electricity right now on the grid anyway. And so now there's a lot more opportunity to plug in and go in with startups that are purely deep tech based than they probably were 10 years ago when we didn't have an excess of electricity. We do now have an excess of electricity on the grid. Off grid is a different matter, but at least on the grid, if you're going to set up your data centers, do your AI computing and so on, there's ample energy in place for that. And I know the government is working on
on a startup regulatory ecosystem. And once that's through, we will welcome it as well. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So to summarize, you want to say startups have always been there in Uganda. It's just a difference of naming. And with the governmental efforts in improving electricity, general infrastructure, this is improving. Punita, you operate in the healthcare sector, so we have something in common there, which is often heavily regulated. What are your thoughts on the regulatory framework currently, and what would make it easier for you to get a license to start operating and to start generating revenue?
Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you. I have a lesson on regulation. We started building MDEX 10 years ago as well. My background is software engineering, and we did not know about regulation. Right now, there's been progress. We have the likes of URSB running awareness campaigns and organizing workshops to educate or to let people know about all these regulations that are needed to be put up in place. But 10 years ago, that wasn't there until I had collected data and I wanted to publish. That's when I got to know about the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. And when I reached there, one of the first questions they asked me is, do you have an IRB? I had never heard about that word. So I asked, what's that? They tried to explain to me. They're going to ask if I have consent. I never heard about consent. All that mattered was collecting data. So when we go back to the regulatory framework, first and foremost, as scientists, I think there is need, probably this could be done at the university level or at the hub level, where there is sensitization about the right structures in place as a scientist who's doing work. And then also the streamlining, because when we eventually got a hang of it, we were sent to NDA, who was like, no, that's not our docket. Go to National Council of Science and Technology. So there was a lot of back and forth trying to understand who to go to regulate. By then, the National IT Authority wasn't yet in existence, the NITAU, because we were handling data. We were told we had to certify it or to certify the procedures, and we did not have an idea about that. I would like to give credit where it's due. Right now, a lot of those structures are being put in space, but I spent 7 years, spent close to 100,000 collecting data that I will never use because I had no idea that I had to follow some of those steps.
So I think what we're trying to say is that putting the requirements out there in a clear manner, yes, and actually making it easy to understand the steps needed to use data, acquire data, and to acquire the licenses needed to operate afterwards.
Yes, thank you.
So, Ernst, you started Sunbird AI 5 years ago, way before ChatGPT saw the light. So, as someone who has been doing AI on this continent for 5 years now, what do you think are priority regulations that are needed for the growth of your company and similar companies operating in the region to maintain ethical and legal standards?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for having me here today. So I think Sunbird AI was, when we started, Sunbird AI does practical AI for social good. So we are a slightly different type of startup. So we target social good. So we're not for profit, which is a slightly different thing from a for profit. And when you're not for profit, sometimes the regulation is fairly loose, I would say. But what regulation would be important for AI to move forward? I think this is a complicated question. So I think the last time I had someone from the Ministry of ICT answer this question, they said something along the lines that right now the field is so dynamic and our context is fairly less understood that it would be hard to adopt a policy from outside for our context here without fully understanding the implications. And so there's that trade-off between having a very severe regulation and sort of allowing ingenuity, innovation to grow. And so my answer would be along that borderline. But there are some things which are fairly clear now. Things like privacy of data, these things, how do you build these models, their bias taken care of. Those tend to be fairly clear. But in the ecosystem, the whole ecosystem, to come up with a solid AI policy, I think that may be quite complicated at this time. So that being said, so 14 years, we began doing AI very long ago in the university and moved out just 5 years ago. But about 14 years ago, when ICT was a big thing, and the country was rushing to build an ICT policy. And even now, even right now, the policy is fairly out of date. I think it's not yet updated. But we can see innovation and utility of quote-unquote ICT has surpassed the regulatory framework in many ways. And so I think regulation is definitely important. But I think the innovation, it seems to me that if you're really a good innovator and your product is really solid, I think regulation may not be a problem. So this is an assumption or a hypothesis I have that, I'm welcome to be questioned about it. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. So if we move to innovation infrastructure, there are a lot of governmental initiatives to actually support startups operating in the deep tech area or in general, and as highlighted today by the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and Innovation and the efforts of the STI and other bodies, there are business incubation centers, science and technology parks that are being held. But if I can start with Douglas, in terms of infrastructure, what would you like to see become available in Uganda to support the growth of your business and similar businesses?
Thank you very much. For purposes of introduction, probably I'll start by talking about what I do. I run a startup called Innovex, which is enabling uptake of energy systems and equipment using IoT digital tools. And how we do this is we provide an IoT platform, which is a combination of a web portal and smart meters that enable remote monitoring of energy equipment and systems. So we partner with OEMs, either manufacturing water pumps, manufacturing equipment such as freezers, and embed our IoT into the equipment. And once the equipment is distributed, the distributor is able to remotely monitor and also sell the equipment on credit. And using our web portal, they're able to manage the sale of these credit assets. Beside that, we also set up the first electronics manufacturing facility in Uganda, and that is thanks to the Ministry of Science and Technology with support. Of course, that was financial support. And beyond that, also, we were relocated to an industrial park because this is a bit of heavy industry manufacturing. Yes, so Innovex is a business we started about 9 years ago, and we were typically, typical university graduates. Very interesting story. I didn't even understand the term equity. I remember I had some few friends who had gone a bit ahead that I used to have cups of coffees with to educate me in some of these terminologies. And to date, our products are used across 12 countries in Africa by over 60 businesses and organizations. And we're monitoring close to 3,000 equipment across the continent. And when you look at infrastructure, I have an interesting experience, just to tell a story about the infrastructure that we could need. Recently, we're embedding AI into our IoT platform. And of course, it's expensive renting AI servers. We thought would try to set up something low cost so that we can build our models here. And that is where the conundrum started. It's hard to believe, but even when we try to source these GPUs, the GPUs are the equipment that are powering ChatGPT. Of course, in Uganda, they were not available. The people that sold us our servers didn't have them. We thought probably we could find them in Kenya. You'll be surprised, 0 in Kenya. And I believe if they're not in Kenya, it's probably an Africa-wide problem, accessing this computing power such that you can develop your own AI models. Almost impossible. So when you ask what kind of infrastructure we might need, of course, one is access. The government has gone a long way in ensuring that we have access to good internet already. In the past, it probably was much worse. It's much better these days. It will even get better with Starlink, I believe so. So access is really key. Access to, of course, equipment as powerful as GPUs that are used to build AI models such as ChatGPT. Other infrastructure, time and again, our president talks about how expensive it is to finance businesses in Africa, particularly in Uganda. And this is true. Sometimes even the money you have access to is not the right money for your business, so you end up compromising. And what that means, instead of, if you needed probably to have patient capital and you had to take on debt, this is going to eat the money that you'd have used to reinvest in your R&D, meaning you're going to have to live from hand to mouth. You're probably going to be working for the money lenders at the end of the day. So access to equipment, access to capital, very important. And of course, when you talk about deep tech, the road infrastructure might not be as important, but internet, I can say, is the road infrastructure for deep tech. You can do everything online. You can sell online. We sell in 12 countries, and some have never actually been there. So talking about selling across the border, growing across the border, you will never notice how challenging it is in Africa until you try to do it. We try shipping our products to countries such as Nigeria. Very complicated. The only option you have that is reliable, where you're sure that your equipment will arrive or what you're shipping will arrive, is you have to ship by air. And as we all know, this is the most expensive way of shipping anything, by air. But it is all we have in Africa. So what this means for businesses like us is you have to be shipping high-value goods such that you can make margins big enough to cover some of those costs. So infrastructure for shipping across Africa is very important. Even with a continental free trade agreement, I don't know how goods will get from Uganda to, say, Zambia. It is very complicated. Road is very expensive. Railway would have been the best, but it's not available. And what I could talk about lastly is, of course, the knowledge, the know-how. Of course, as a business, when you're looking at infrastructure for your business, resources, sometimes we skip the human resource. We forget about the human resource. But this is key for any business. And what this involves is training and exposing our people to modern tech. I mean, when you talk about deep tech, we already have opportunities that are exposing people to opportunities to learn some of these technologies as Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Douglas. You've actually also touched base on funding and talent, which we will also be discussing. Mm-hmm. And I think I agree with you on shipping within Africa. At Remedy, we also export to a couple of African countries.
Salma,
and I think that...
Can I take a second, please? Just a reminder, I know that it's a difficult moment now. We're all digesting. And please, a reminder when it comes to the exercise. This panel is not just a panel. It is a panel that will allow us to go back to the documents that you have on your table. It would say policy, regulation, infrastructure, talent, education, funding, market. And in everything that you're hearing here from the entrepreneurs in Uganda, it is the moment to start highlighting what seem to be the challenges and eventually some opportunities. So this is a unique mosaic of use cases to be able to understand the situation of Uganda, so that when we are providing some recommendations, those recommendations are locally applied. Okay? So just, this is the objective of this exercise again.
I would say when you chart down solutions for within Africa shipping, I need a copy for Egypt, please. Bonita. So I would assume that you need lab facilities, research center, manufacturing facilities. What is the current state of these facilities? Are they available? And if not, what exactly would you need to be able to move your business forward? And what would be a suitable methodology to use these facilities?
Thank you so much. One of the things I learned is building a health tech startup is a bit different from building other startups, because at part of the journey I tried to reach out to a number of hubs. They gave the support that was sufficient at the time until I took a year doing a fellowship in global health. Then I realized most of the challenges, like where some of the mistakes came from. So the current state right now, there is equipment in some of these establishments, but it is isolated. And unless you know someone there, or unless someone picks interest in the kind of work that you're doing, you'll never have access to it. Case in point, before I was mainly working with the hematology unit at Mulago, the National Referral Hospital. And then the doctor I was working with introduced me to the pathology lab. And when I spoke to the head of the pathology unit, Dr. Kalunji, and shared with him what I wanted to do, that's when he opened up to me a lab that they have that has a state-of-the-art digital scanner that I did not imagine was in this country. They have the latest microscope that I can use while viewing. It's able to immediately capture the images that I need to capture. So when it comes to the labs, I think there is a need to open up these labs to researchers who may not necessarily be doctors. Just like in our ecosystem right now, there are quite a number of hubs or entrepreneurship support organizations, but most of them are more general. One of the desires that I would love to see is a business development support facility that focuses on supporting innovators in health, because most of the innovators in health are not doctors. And health is a highly regulated place where you don't just come and play, where before people start building, they are told about the ethics, the certifications, what you need to do, so that you think about these things from the word go and not fast finish to build. Then at the point of where you think you're going to be hitting the market, that's when you realize that for NDA certification, this is what you need. That's number one. Number two, access to data. Usually if you're in health tech, you're going to need access to data. In most cases, it's human data. You need access to, let's say, blood slide images or blood slides, so you can digitize the images and use them for your research. Unless you know people, this is not data that you can easily access. Is there a possibility of maybe partnerships between industry, let's say the schools, let's say Mbara Referral Regional Hospital, where there is, I could call it a repository of data that people can pick from to even know what does a blood slide look like. I remember I was doing research on sickle cell, but I'd even never looked through a microscope, and I was designing an algorithm to detect sickle cell in a blood slide. We were working by then with a visiting professor, Professor Hugh Cameron, who happened to have a wife who works at the sickle cell clinic, who introduced us to the lab at the National Referral Hospital. And that's when I ever got a chance to look through a microscope and see what a red blood cell looks like through a microscope. So why am I sharing this? That sometimes as scientists, they will develop some of these solutions based on theory. Unless you're coming from the medical field, you may not have an actual experience. So can we have a simulation setup of some sort, whereby if someone is going to learn how to annotate blood slides for blood cells, they actually know what malaria looks like on a blood slide. They know what cancer looks like on a blood slide. They know what sickle cell looks like on a blood slide. So I would love to see simulation facilities with sample data that people can use to, to build prototypes and stuff. The other thing I would desire to see is access to people that have built. You remember on our first call, we had this conversation and it moved from being just a prep call to, oh, how did you do this? How are you able to navigate this? How are you able to talk to investors? Because one of the challenges I faced is when I finished raising a bit of grants and I had to start to talk to investors, they would ask me what the return on investment is. When do they start getting back their money? I was still at the research and development stage. I didn't even know if I would be able to hit the market. So these are some of the things I would love to see in this space. And I believe that given access to, for me and the people that are building businesses along this line, it would shorten the life cycle of the products that we are developing, and it would make it easy for us to get onto the market. If some of these loopholes, we don't have to learn by doing, but talk to people who have done it before, have simulation facilities where we don't have to build everything from scratch, test and fail fast so that you move on quickly and find the next working thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonita. So I think you touched on the same point that Douglas did, which is access in general. So whether it is access to information, to equipment, or actually knowing where the equipment exists and having the framework to be able to use the equipment in other facilities, or the presence of specific hubs in which these equipment are available with relevant expertise that allow someone who is not an expert in this specific area run their work with complementing expertise from somewhere else. Peter, you touched based on the need for electric connectivity, but what would you see, how would you benefit within your vertical from the creation, for example, of business hubs? What would you want to see in these hubs that will actually help you grow your business?
Thank you very much. So on the electricity side, we've seen a lot of good changes over the last 10 years. Initially, you could only set up, like your own generation facility up to about 2 megawatts for own use. Now you can go up to 10 megawatts for own use. In South Africa, I think you can go up to 100 megawatts. So as we think of the amount of energy needed for deep tech and AI computers especially, looking ahead, we'll probably look at how to expand on how much generation can be done by private entities. To feed the grid at the moment, private entities can set up to 20 megawatts, but it might be interesting to look at even going above that, because if hypothetically going larger scale can help us bring costs of electricity down to below 5 cents a kilowatt hour, it might attract a lot more investment in compute to move to Uganda. And if that was the case, there's definitely, but knowing that we've been able to work together as an ecosystem to make those changes in policy, I know we can probably do the same as well. In terms of hubs, something that would be really interesting to look at is going, I mean, what if you had hubs where there was actually zero cost of electricity? It would make a massive difference to some of the entities that are developing a lot of these interesting technologies, and that's possible. When you look at climate finance, especially when you look at renewable energy credits and carbon credits, there is a possibility to actually have incubation hubs where there is no cost of electricity using the hub, and where those who design the energy solutions for such hubs leverage climate finance, carbon finance in particular, to make something like that possible? What if there was no cost of connectivity to high-speed in internet as well? And are there ways to leverage some of the new financial instruments that people can work with? Because when you have innovation happening in hubs where your innovators don't have to worry about the cost of access to services, I'm pretty sure you would lower the barrier to entry, and you would be able to attract some of the very best minds locally, regionally, and globally. And it would change the way everyone looks at everything. And it is possible. I mean, the instruments are there, but it takes a bit of courage for those who set up such institutions to think beyond definitions of risk that we've all learned in our MBAs and CFAs, and think about innovating in understanding risk, so as to go for those moonshots beyond the galaxy.
Thank you very much. If we move towards talent and education, I think we also came across them, but maybe we look at them with a more extensive lens. I think with a population of around 50 million, Uganda has 1,800 registered engineers and 1,500 PhD holders in STEM. Within the context of deep tech, this probably makes it rather challenging to allocate talent. So James, I would, Douglas, I would assume that you require a lot of technical expertise. Can you share some of the challenges in allocating this? And why do you think this is the case? Is a change in curricula needed so that people would rather go for STEM degrees or postgraduate studies? Or is it a change of mindset?
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, one of the reasons why Innovex exists is because of an intervention. We had this government intervention at the university, while we were at the university, where we had outreaches to schools, high schools, secondary schools, and us, the people at the university, were teaching the people in secondary schools about robots. We're teaching robotics. So out of that, we got to understand a lot about electronics, embedded systems, the deep tech, and the like. And as we were finishing school, our team was so highly knowledgeable as undergrads, to the extent that they were being consulted by masters and PhD students whenever they had to implement anything to do with embedded systems. So the fact is, even what is taught in school is not enough, is not enough, or does not meet most of the requirements that are actually required in the industry. That is why someone who is doing a PhD will come to you who has been self-taught, who had to go to the internet because you are curious, because you are passionate about a certain subject, and you've become knowledgeable. So I don't think that there is a clear correlation between the academia and the actual skill set that most industries need, especially in Africa. Because most of what the industry needs is learnt on the job, or probably should be taught differently in schools. Schools probably need to be a bit more technical. So how we solve this challenge as Innovex? Because when we started, we were the engineers. When we were still small, that was okay. But as we grew big, we needed to hire more engineers, and the fact is they didn't exist. We couldn't find people who were good enough, start on the job, and immediately start delivering within an orientation of a few weeks. That probably was not possible then. So how we overcame that challenge is also a bit about part of our story. Because the very first opportunity that we saw as Innovex is because we were so knowledgeable and we had all these students consulting us, we said, why don't we start a training, a paid training, where these students actually pay us to train them what we know, so that they can go and probably do their final year projects or their student projects. And that is how Innovex started. So we started by solving a problem that we would have later in future. So those trainings, interestingly, have been taken on by a number of other entrepreneurs and universities as well. So these were practical trainings where we took what is taught in class a bit off the charts. If you're learning electronics, we get you the resistor, show you how to use them, and they are different because we used a bit more project-based. So we came up with a problem, then we helped the student through solving that problem, or they came up with a project they wanted to execute, and that is how they learned. So that is how we started, and how that has helped us is it has become a core part of our DNA to train. So even when we take on engineers today, so every year we take on some of the best students from the university, we still have to take them through a bit of training because this is part of our DNA already. We train them, we reskill them into the requirements of what the industry actually needs. And it's better when it is project-based training. It's interesting how fast people learn if they're learning to solve a problem because they see the relevance. It is not just calculus, but you're solving a problem and you're using the calculus to solve that problem. So you find that the learning is much, much faster. So the fact is there's a big gap, there's a big knowledge gap in Africa today, both on the technical and interestingly also on the business side. Good enough, we've had a lot of initiatives. When we started, we didn't have, like I said, my school in how to run a business were my friends and colleagues. Today, you find there's a lot of opportunities through accelerators where you taught things about the business model canvas, how to find product market fit, how to do business experiments, which is actually needed. So it's really become a bit easier today. It's a bit more complicated on the technical side because sometimes there are even skills which probably are not present in the market. So what we do is we usually use challenges among our team, give people challenges. For example, with AI, we give them challenges to solve. Then through solving those challenges and using resources online, they're actually able to learn. So that is how we've been able to solve that challenge of the knowledge gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. But this seems like this is a
Salma,
person...
we are running out of time,
Okay.
so we're asking you to conclude.
Yeah?
I'm sorry.
Can I ask one last question? No? طيب خلاص ماشي. طيب, if we want to just explain one thing, because Sunbird AI is an NGO, and I think as an NGO, you have alternative approaches for bridging this talent gap. So I think we maybe listen to you and consider this the cherry on top.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so as an NGO, social enterprise, one of the key things I think we need to think about, I think even with the startup ecosystem, is the value of open source. So open source is quite critical. So it helps expand the talent base because people can contribute to open source products, but also people can leverage open source products and build off of that and have a slightly less steep incline to building products. So that's one big element. The other element, of course, in talent, especially for this ecosystem, is the non-technical skills. I think someone talked about it here. That is very important to get a pathway for that. And this is just not business skills. There are very many skills, things like communication. How do you market a product? How do you do sales? We found this invaluable in the not-for-profit sector.
but also leveraging with universities. I think this has also been quite good for us. So creating these large groups where you can connect to different talent in universities, and you can have distributed sort of work. Some at the university that builds on an open source product, some at the technical level, some at outsourcing from outside the country. And so through this, you can sort of grow a really good product. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. So I think with that, we've had some input from our Ugandan entrepreneurs on what needs to be done to hopefully push things forward. And
thank you,
I give the
Salma.
mic over.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to move to the... Okay. So now we're going to move to the exercises. So please make sure that you are in your groups. Facilitators, are you all in your groups and ready to start the exercise? Yes? Okay. So the first exercise is So you have 75 minutes for the first exercise, including 45 minutes of ideation. So please, first meet with your facilitator, start with a round of introductions, and then the facilitator will guide you through questions in order to identify the challenges and solution pertaining to entrepreneurs. So now we'll focus only on entrepreneurs, 45 minutes to work on the solution and challenges, and then each group will have to design and assign one spokesperson for a 3-minute pitch to present their finding. Is everything clear? Or are there any questions? All facilitators are here? Perfect. Just one last thing, make sure that you have the stickers and that you have the color codes for each pillar. Blue for the policy and regulation, purple for the infrastructure, green for the talent and education, yellow for the funding, and pink for the market. Okay, let's start. Can you please put a timer? 45 minutes. Okay.
Check. Check, check.
Everyone, you still have 20 minutes left. 20 minutes left to finalize the solution and the challenges. 10 minutes left, everyone. 10 minutes left.
قبل الخمس احسن عبد ترتاح وبعد ما نكمل تخيب يعني احنا اسمع نعملوا الدبريف نتاعنا توا مش بعد العشاء نقولوا الفاسيليت معناها نعملوا دبريف just right after we close with the facilitators they stay توا مش نعملوا مع اللوجيستيك.
Okay guys, time's up. Time is up. Time is up. Let's start the pitching. Everyone? Everyone, Lavina, Kate. Time is up. Huday, time's up. Let's start the pitching. Okay. So now you'll have 3 minutes. Each group will have 3 minutes, and we'll have to assign a spokesperson to share briefly the results of their work. We'll start with you, Christy. Can you please listen? Christy, who wants to? Okay. Can we have a timer, 3 minutes timer, please? Yasmin, can we have 3? Okay.
Hello.
Are you ready? You can stand up. If you want, you can stand up, it's better.
We start with.
Okay. Yes, summarize.
Oh.
Perfect.
So we summarize which, do we go through every single one or?
Quickly, you have 3 minutes to go through the main elements that you worked on.
And maybe just we do a quick introduction. Sorry, Ziad.
Sorry.
Yeah, Ziad. I think because everybody, the objective of this is sorry. Okay, so let's listen to each other, please. I think everyone, hey, please. So I think also the objective is to get to know each other and to build the connections. So everybody who's presenting, everyone presenting, please introduce yourself, and then so that we could network together later on. So Ziad, I think let's go. Yeah.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ziad Al-Hamzawi. I'm an analyst at the Climate Resilient Africa Fund, a venture capital fund that's investing across agri at the intersection of nature in Africa, and we're based out of Cairo, Egypt. So with that being said, so do we just go through the challenges and solutions, or? Yep. Yeah. So policy and regulations, we spoke about in terms of the private capital being represented, in terms of so the government decisions that are being taken, we need private and public hands working together when taking these sort of policy decisions. That's in terms of policy and regulation. I'm just trying to read up on what we wrote. Yeah, we should have used markers, but we used pens. Sorry, guys. Yep, so we spoke a lot about infrastructure development as well. So essentially this idea that, so one of the concerns that we had is that in universities, for example, there isn't enough, for example, educational tools for students to use. So one of the examples given is that we can have maybe about 500 students using a single, for example, camera lens that are learning about videography, something like that. And that's something that needs to change. So additional investment into educational infrastructure, essentially. Yes, we also have talent and education. So we'll look at the solutions as well. The early programs. Yep. So we spoke about essentially being able to create more value. So when we talk about HR, so human resources, and I think this was spoken about actually on stage, which is that we need more, for example, engineers. So when you're looking for talent in the ecosystem, you simply don't find it. And most of the, I'd say, especially for East Africa, you find Ugandans that would much rather prefer to travel abroad and find better opportunities there, rather than come and actually work and develop the ecosystem locally. So that's one of the major things that we analyze in terms of education. And just creating more value add so that each person's capacity essentially can be higher and higher. We spoke about funding and access to capital as well. We challenged each other on this on the table in terms of grant funding. So we had the opinion, or I had the opinion, that grant funding, as well as my teammate here, is that grant funding in a way has sort of, I don't want to use the word destroyed, but hindered the commercial development of startups across East Africa. So essentially you have startups that are looking to just get the next grant over the next grant, the next grant, rather than focus on commercially developing the startup. And then of course, the reference back to me was that no, it's actually very important to have these grants in terms of the R&D and development of startups, as opposed to once they do commercialize, then you can get sort of dilutive funding and private capital. I know we need to run.
Thank you.
Yeah?
It's
I think
okay.
that's good.
Thank you. Next group. Next group here. If you can go on stage, it's better. It's better. If you, otherwise, stand up, please, and try to look to other groups.
Oh, come hold it up. Thank you very much. My name is Andrew. I work with the Renewable Energy Training Center at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We started with a policy and regulatory bit. There's the tax framework. We identified the tax framework as one of the challenges, meaning it doesn't discriminate between the large companies, there's already established companies and startups, which biases the larger companies as to the expense of the startups. Then same thing with the compliance issue. The requirements are quite stringent for the startups to start operating here, which is also a big challenge. Then overlapping mandates among the regulatory bodies. For example, say UCC, then you have to go to the Ministry of ICT and all that. Then the infrastructure challenges, lack of specialized equipment to enable the innovations. Then inadequate internet speed and connectivity. Then transportation and the other physical infrastructure also. Then skills and education. There's talent and education, skills development. Then we should be we're less accepting of informal skills, which is actually a gap we're actually missing, because most of the people who do innovations here are actually informal people. Then a lack of talent mobility, whereby for innovators, for example, somebody from Gulu to access the Kampala or something like that. Then funding and access to capital. There's access to cheap capital. There's lack of access to cheap capital. For example, grants and all that. Then access to patient capital and lack of non-dilutive funding. Then marketing, we identified several key. We are geographically unique. We have geographically unique challenges. For example, our innovations may not actually be marketable to the outside market. Then attractive market policies. We have a lack of attractive market policies and a lack of incentives to build here. More or less a lack of the government will to build here. Then the solutions, basically it's the reverse. We need like a startup act, something clearly designed to assist the startups. Same thing with the compliance bit. Then harmonizing the government bodies, the regulatory bodies, so there's no competing mandates or overlapping mandates. Then government incentives for infrastructure, and also opening up private capital, private players to actually develop infrastructure. For example, the internet is sometimes restricted to the government. So if they could open up private players. Oops.
Thank you. Lavina, next group.
coming up. Guys, what happened to solidarity? Anyway, the idea was the whole team was going to come up, but in a nutshell, in terms of policy and regulation, we kind of highlighted a few things. One was the openness of data, the innovation is actually surpassing regulation, as well as the fact that policy has a lifespan, as well as policy is very rigid. So, you know, to counter all of that, we said that we require a more focused and adapted sort of framework in terms of deep tech. We also then suggested that we have a portal that really focuses and allows a person to understand what policies are actually there and are relevant with expiry dates. Another one was really around taking into consideration the cultural sort of nuance and the influence that cultural aspects has on regulation, because that allows it to be localized quite a lot. And the last one is a consideration for a sandboxed environment, whether that be in a fintech environment, agri-tech, or health tech, but something that is super focused. In terms of infrastructure, we said that sharing of resources or shared resources is a problem. The cost to actually implement is a problem, as well as cost to access the infrastructure, as well as the resources that are required to access that particular infrastructure is an issue. We also know that we're unsure of the knowledge of what infrastructure Uganda actually holds as a whole. So, you know, having a map of some sort would be a solution to that, together with having a shared infrastructure sort of platform. So understanding who can use what equipment at what times would be valuable, and also putting into force a mechanism of allowing us to access the infrastructure and therefore reducing the actual cost of the infrastructure. When we spoke about talent in deep tech, this was really around the how do we nurture and innovate, and this is really done on university levels at this point, and our group believed firmly that it actually needs to start at a school level as well as uni, and there needs to be, you know, earlier introduction of STEM sort of technologies and sort of concepts, as well as understanding what talent we're actually sitting with. So we don't have a clear indication of what is Uganda's talent resources and what is that and who are they and where are they, right? So that was something that came up. And to counter all of that, we kind of said we need to focus on an entrepreneurship mindset and an entrepreneurship culture, because that's something that lacks, together with having... There you go.
Kate, your group, please.
Hello, everyone. Are we good? Okay. I'm Vaik Bulu. I'm a strategy and angel investor. I think we'll start with the first pillar, which is policy and regulation. I think the main issue that we identify is a general lack of awareness about regulation rather than a lack of availability. And some of the solution that we think will really help move the needle is to really create spaces to foster, first of all, a greater awareness about what exists in terms of regulation and foster greater adherence. We talked about a one-stop shop for regulation, maybe per vertical and per sector, that could be implemented at governmental agency level, so that every entrepreneur that goes there knows exactly what are the critical documents that they have to be able to operate. So the whole idea of checklist as well. I think one other thing that we touched upon was infrastructure. So not only the lack of availability, but just the lack of access. And some of the solutions that we identified A quick wins could be, first of all, mapping some of the existing infrastructure, as the group of Lavina mentioned, but also creating sharing, just spaces for sharing infrastructure, either cross-country or within country in general. When it comes to the talent and education pillar, I think what we identified was generally that kind of like gap between the skills that graduates have out of university versus what is needed by corporates and the professional world. So really rethinking the curricula in general and implementing, just new training and problem-solving approaches. And for funding, I think, first of all, a lack of access to funding, a lack of concessional funding, and we think there are a few things that could be done. First of all, different approaches to structuring funding, so blended finance. It's been done a lot in the energy sector, but not a lot in the deep tech, so maybe it's important to explore that, how government can also crowd in private sector participation. And then finally, the market and international openness pillar. So generally, very difficult to move across borders on this continent. So free movement of people and goods. And yeah, I think that's it for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Shirin, your group.
Hi everyone, Lina Kassiem, Investment Manager at Launch Africa. All right, so under policy, going right to business, it's basically an issue of an awareness, pace, and obsolete. So in terms of our solution, we focus on campaign, because that's usually the easiest way to raise awareness, having a platform for shared knowledge, shared data, and of course, updating the Startup Act as it happens. When you get to the infrastructure, we're talking really about access and availability when it comes to equipment, when it comes to data, as well as prototyping, basically process. So for that, we thought about fostering public-private partnerships for both space and funding. And we also thought about platform, obviously to share knowledge, share data. I think that's the easiest way to bring everybody to all the stakeholders to the same place. And then you move to the talent of education. As you all know, there's an issue around expertise, around experience, practical skills, making sure that the top research talent is here in Uganda. And we thought about standardization of the processes, as well as making sure that there's availability of programs around startup skills and exchange programs, because with exchange programs, you get diversity, so you get different people on campuses at both the research level, the academic, as well as the student. Then moving to the access to capital. This is an easy one. I think everyone can recognize that there's a lack of first capital, the first check. There's also an issue in terms of broader innovative fund. So on that end, we thought about launching or strengthening angel fund. There are some high net worth individuals in Uganda. We know they are there. So how do we bring them into the ecosystem? And lastly, how do you leverage the diaspora? There are Ugandans outside of the continent, outside of Uganda, who can certainly help produce that first 50K check. Sorry. And then lastly, in terms of the international openness, it's really, I'm just going to summarize this. How do you make made in Uganda a brand, a recognizable global brand? That's really what it's about. Thank you.
Thank you. Uday, your group? No?
One addition. We still have time.
Okay.
So we were marinating outside, okay? And we realized that around talent, okay, and access to financing, there's like there's a key part that is missing, which is lawyers, okay? Would love to have that marriage of lawyers, because lawyers really know how to translate a lot of contracts and a lot of this value exchange across different sectors. So yeah, we're pleased to have a lawyer in our team. We just wanted to bring that to the group. And with that, thank you.
Thank you. Next group, Uday.
Picture. All right, guys, let's go.
Can we have the timer, please? 3 minutes.
Let me stand here so it's very clear. So we are having a conversation about government. And on the policy aspect, the problem is there is no definition of what a startup is, and there is no regulation. There are rigidities in the process of working with startups, and there are also so many ministries handling the same process. We also have not enough information available to the startup-preneurs, and there is no preference for startups, for example, for government contracts. And the solution to this is we want to have a reduction in the number of ministries a startup has to deal with by consolidating the steps into one, for example, to be handled by one ministry. We have the regulation that clearly defines what a startup is, and we also have the governmental contracts so that when startups want to get into business with government, it's easy, and more transparency to availability of funding. On the infrastructure aspect, as we all know, electricity insufficient and access to space and data. The solution to this is to have data spaces, alternative energy, and subsidized prices for electricity, so that we have more access to electricity by the techpreneurs, by the deep techpreneurs. On the talent, as we all know, we have a number of professionals who are very qualified but end up working in other countries. So the brain drain, that means we have less of the experts here. And we also have no institution that focuses just on the deep tech training. What we are suggesting solution to this is private-public partnerships to enable us to harness the potential of deep tech learning for the expertise, but also to have deep tech varsities, like the universities, just to focus on that, and fellowships and scholarship programs. But most importantly, to allow for the problem of having a lot of theoretical learning that's not translated into practical delivery, we suggest that we have explained learning experiences. For the funding and access to capital, your governments, what we see as a problem right now is there's very high interest rate. Everyone in this room knows that. And there is also no patient capital and no VC funding, little or no VC funding. And we have a very rigid process in terms of procuring finances. For example, for the UDB opportunities that are there, people go through very large processes. The solution to this is to have incentives for VC financing to come to the country, and then we have a solution of adaptive market access, market and international openness. We have an issue of market access, and the solution to this is to have adaptive regulations and also to have partnerships with business leaders and other countries.
Thank you. So moving to the next group. Yes, Richard. Pose for a picture.
All right.
Hi everyone. I'm Dala Benjamin from Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat. So we're beginning with policy. Under policy.
We came up with very, very important things that nobody has heard before, so please pay attention.
Under policy, we had a lack of transparency of the laws or awareness of the laws, and also lack of reactive policies on deep tech. Can find that currently the policies that are there may not be that reactive with the current technology. For the solutions, we had a reduced regulatory window and also what else? Policy relievers for local. Then infrastructure, we had lack of powerful servers and lack of access to digital infrastructure hubs. Then also high mobility. The solution was to develop innovation hubs. For talent and education, we had the high technical curriculum and high theoretical curriculum and the lack of interdisciplinary networks and also the generalist innovation programs. The solutions we had promoting cross-disciplinary innovation teams, specialized incubation and innovation training, and also maybe think tanks. Then funding, we all know that we lack funding. So there's lack of patient and risk capital and also awareness about VCs as currently in Uganda, for the players to get close to the VCs, they have to go through government. And we saw this as a problem. Then we can engage UDB as one of the biggest funders here to about deep tech startups and also engaging the diaspora. Then market, we saw obstacles in international recruiting and difficult in entering the international networks. And among the solutions, we said bilateral tech trade agreements and supporting participation of startups in international events. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group. Get ready.
Hello.
Keep them on the table.
Send somebody to take pictures of these.
Okay.
Send somebody.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. My name's Nicholas. I represent a company called Nile Orbital Aerospace. We develop solutions for climate that reduce methane emissions in livestock. I'm going to do this a bit differently. I'm going to start off from the back with market and international operations. So one of the biggest challenges we faced is that we see that East Africa faces a big challenge with expensive logistics. And one of the solutions that we thought about is to give alternative means of logistics, not only just road, but also like train and also air. That's a bit cheaper because it's very expensive to trade between like Africa. So that's one big problem. Another problem is we found that there are new policies in Africa called COCOMESA that allow African countries to trade in between each other. But the biggest challenge about those policies is that they don't actually work. If you try to trade in between each African country, you try to trade between Uganda and Kenya, you find that you always find blocks. So we found it's a big challenge for any startup to actually trade between African countries. So we thought that it would be important for them to create partnerships between private sector from both countries, and those private sectors can lobby with their governments to work together. So the last part is also lack of standards. I know a lot of people talked about lack of standards, but it's a big issue in Africa, so we're repeating it. And one solution that we thought of is to be able to work with a third party, an internationally recognized third party, to be able to create those standards and implement them within country. So that's the market and international operations. I'm going to hand over to my colleague.
I think we said we'd focus on 2 pillars just because of lack of time. So the second one would be funding and access to capital. I'm Natasha. First, we said exorbitant or high cost of capital for companies in Uganda, for example, East Africa, the African continent. They mentioned it, very ridiculous high interest rates. Second would be lack of venture capital funds and angel investors or PE funds, especially here in Uganda. They're mostly, in the West, in Europe, in America. Third, we said perceived risk. So Africa as a continent, Uganda as a country, there's a perceived risk of firms here being risky to invest in. So agriculture cuts across different sectors. So solutions would be one, subsidized capital for innovative startups. So you mentioned UDB, government intervention. Secondly would be local corporate institutions investing in local ventures. So pension funds, for example, NSSF is one of the biggest ones here in East Africa. Ugandan pension fund with trillions of Ugandan shillings could invest in local ventures instead of looking for outsiders to come and invest in us. And lastly, we said promoting success stories online, de-risking structures for investors. So promoting Ugandan success stories for more investment.
Thank you. Next group, Kisimbi. Next group here. Get ready.
Hello everyone, my name is Geoffrey Mutabazi. I run an e-mobility startup in Uganda, building electric bicycles. When we were discussing all of this, we really tried to touch on just a few points, right? And in terms of policy and regulations, one of the biggest challenges is the startup policy and the trade policies in Uganda are a bit restrictive. So the startup policy is still being created, and the trade policy with other African countries, which is the AFCFTA, is still not yet fully in force, and that creates a significant barrier to a lot of deep tech startups to, one, operate in good policy environment, and two, to trade across borders. And this also touches upon, the point of market and international openness, where you find that a lot of the local companies, despite that their products can be sold and made in the local market and comply to local standards, they cannot actually export because they don't have the right international certifications. And that means they can't easily, sell in markets like Europe. And then another challenge was in terms of development of technology. Technology transfer is very important because if you have to build everything from scratch, you'll take a long time to get to market. So we looked at a solution of creating technology transfer partnerships. And then in terms of local funds, a lot of deep tech solutions are actually physical products, right? So if you guys are not in this room to actually see a particular deep tech solution physically, it will be very difficult for you to invest in it. And that's a very big barrier to a lot of deep tech startups. Then in terms of cost of capital, a lot of these deep tech solutions to be scaled up really require a lot of debt financing, and the debt financing for working capital is typically very expensive for Africa. And then the last point I'll really touch on is the IP, right? So a lot of startups or businesses that create deep tech solutions lack the right knowledge, firstly at the educational level, at the university level, to actually protect and scale their solutions widely. And this creates a lot of frustration or a lot of missed opportunity. And then lastly, I'll touch on brain drain. Because there are no significantly available local employment opportunities for a lot of these talented entrepreneurs and engineers to put their knowledge to use. They typically fly off to other countries to access other opportunities, and this creates a brain drain issue where we lose a lot of our deep tech capacity, both for building and scaling these solutions in Africa and Uganda in particular. So those are some of the points, but thank you so much for contributing to this, and thank you to my team for coming up with great solutions. Yeah.
Picture. And last but not least, Hans, get ready.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Joram. I'll just start as my team comes along. So basically, I'll just quickly run through. I'm going to start with solutions. You've heard of the problems, so I'm just going to jump right into the solutions, right? So basically, on the regulation and policy side, we're thinking more about reducing the cost of regulation in Uganda. Basically, if you're starting an enterprise and you're an investor, you're coming to the country, the cost of getting capital into the country is depressing. But also for enterprises who are developing structures here and developing systems here, it's really hard for them to set up those businesses. So we're thinking more about de-risking initial stage of development in terms of those who are developing early stage businesses, more opportunities for them to access capital in a way that the policies are able to actually enable them grow their businesses in a more convenient environment. Tax exemptions for like companies that are hiring trainees and graduates, for them to be able to actually build skills among young people and be able to actually employ them at certain stages. So for example, like companies which are hiring young graduates, they have to pay like NSSF, pay for all these kinds of taxes, which becomes very inconvenient for business, and therefore it becomes very costly in that manner. So on the infrastructure side, we want to think more of centralized information data. We've heard about this. So like the Ministry of ICT, the National Guidance, is thinking more about setting up a structure like that, especially from last year's National Digital Transformation Roadmap, which is coming up for the government to be able to set up a centralized data system for innovators and entrepreneurs who are developing ideas. Another solution in the talent and education space, we're thinking more on, again, tax exemptions for companies, and as well as awareness on investment opportunities for Ugandans who are living in the diaspora, who are thinking more about getting their money from the US, from Europe, and investing it back on the continent. So getting more of like opportunities for them to be aware of how do you bring money back into the country and investing in early stage companies. Funding access to funding. You've heard about this over and over again. Again, angels who are thinking about investing in co-companies, Ugandans especially, they're looking for opportunities and pipeline for companies that can easily grow. So they need like assurances for return on investment, and as well as good tax incentives to enable them to actually invest in those companies. So again, creating awareness on companies that have traction, that have good MRR, that have good MA, like minimum active users per month, companies which have minimum recurring revenue, which is good to enable them actually, access that kind of investment. For the market and as well as international openness side, we're looking at, again, cheaper shipping costs. Like Uganda Airlines right now is expanding to new markets, so like Harare and as well as Malawi. So opportunities like that present opportunities for investors and as well as businesses to actually export their products and services to other regions. The problems you already know. I guess I won't just jump into because we're out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So it's over for today, at least for the workshop sessions. We'll continue the exercise tomorrow, covering other stakeholders. We'll cover investors, SSOs, and I'll call Yasmin to transition. Okay.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Yeah? Okay, let's give a minute for the groups who didn't get to take a photo to take their photos. We gotta be fair.
I think as well, right?
Government's all about equity and balance between the people. Yeah, let's take a picture of it. As we discussed, both the pictures and the All right, do we have another group? Okay, yes. We have 2 more groups, and then we should be ready to proceed. C'est bon, Mirza. C'est bon. All good. Huh? Okay, sorry. Now let's go back to the initial slides. The first ones, yes. To introduce someone, I'm just going to introduce him one slide, and then we go to his slides. Okay, let's do it. All right, the last group to go, and then we'll be able to proceed. Let's please stay in our groups. We have a wonderful way to close the day. All right. Everybody, all groups have their pictures? All right, great. Thank you, everyone. And again, here we can actually see that we actually implemented what we've been discussing earlier, and that all ideas can actually come to papers, and those papers will be then valued, consolidated, so that we can actually turn them into concrete action steps. Now, to close our day today, can we please, Aya, can we please ask him to join? Yeah. So we have this superstar guest. He just landed, and yeah, he's used to it. He just lands from at the airport, and then he does his entrance. So I'm honored to present to you one of the key partners of Open Startup, a partner I would consider as our godfather at OST, have been there since the beginning, supporting us with their team, their expertise, and their kind hearts. So, Khaled, thank you for being here. I know you just landed, you didn't get to rest, so we really appreciate it. And the floor is yours. Let's give a big applause for Khaled bin Jilani, senior partner at African Best.
Thank you, Yasmin. Thank you, everyone. So my name is Khaled bin Jilani. I've been working in VC for the past 23 years in different environments, but specifically in Africa. Not specifically on deep tech like some of you have probably been doing. So a bit more a journalist as a profile. I presented a very short presentation about our own, basically, our own outlook on VC in Africa, and then just have one slide of recommendation of what we're doing, in our case, to develop basically a specific environment for the development of deep tech investment and deep tech startups on the continent, or specific countries on the continent. And by the way, don't hesitate to ask questions and to stop me if there is any questions. I guess there's no presentation yet, right? It's coming ongoing. All right, so I'll start with introducing myself and the company I work for, African Invest. African Invest is a private equity and venture capital investment company specializing, as its name says, on investment in African companies, we're starting by investing into African SMEs, then basically diversified into African companies in general, whether large corporates, but also into startups and into innovation. So we've had different funds doing this. We invest anywhere currently amount from $1 to about $30 million into mid to late stage. That's our specialty. So anything between Series A and Series D. And specifically, I think we've done several successful investments. Probably the most successful one that we've done is InstaDeep, where we've led the Series A and the pre-Series B, which is probably one of the most successful AI and deep tech companies on the continent, both into AI and biotechnologies, by the way. We've done over 220, 30 investments, lots of exits. Remember that basically that when you start to invest and to create an environment that is an environment where you want VC and the LPs and the investor to invest, you need to create also an off-take environment where basically these investors are exiting. That's quite important. And that's why I think when you design basically a deep tech environment or a VC environment, it's very important to connect it to the global environment. I think that's an important element. Yes, great. Second slide, please. All right. So that was us. Yeah, if you could put it in. Yeah, exactly. So what do we see currently on the continent? I think Africa has been the last continent to take off from an innovation standpoint. And I think that it's important to understand what has been driving innovation on the continent. Unlike many other ecosystems, it hasn't been based purely on global content that was basically taken to Africa, but rather on specific gaps that exist in the African ecosystems. The first important element is inequalities. I think we have a continent where basically there is very big gaps in inequalities in terms of access to education, access to healthcare services, access to very different products that would be a given in developed environment. And I think that's quite an important both challenge that we have in Africa, but also an interesting opportunity from a market standpoint. The second thing that I think is characterized in Africa is poor infrastructure. And of course, you can see this as a curse. You can also see this as an opportunity where basically to leapfrog infrastructure and basically to build innovative infrastructure. I think a very good example of this is a company that was built in Rwanda called Zipline, that basically rather than Zipline business was to basically deliver emergency medication in rural areas. And rather than basically trying to work with the current infrastructure, they built a drone infrastructure that is now used by Amazon to deliver in the US in rural areas. I think this is the kind of opportunity that you can build on the African environment. That is, these are deep tech opportunities, but you need to really think out of the box to be able to spot those opportunities. The third element, I think, which is characteristic of Africa is low productivity. In any sector that you take, from basically the financial sector to agri to industrial sectors, we have a low productivity. It's driven by different elements. Education is one of them. Also, the cost of energy and the cost of basic infrastructure is some other of them. But that also creates basically opportunities to build interesting startups that can actually be able to optimize with quite interesting margins some of the gaps that exist. And I think one of the important ones that we have on the continent is the cost of energy. Cost of electricity is high, and basically any improvement that you can bring there using very simple techniques through AI, and usually it's a mix of AI and something else, AI and hardware, can actually provide for very interesting models. There's several of those in that can be that are interesting. And then the last element that is quite important is regulation. We basically inherited from laws and regulation that were actually that we almost copy and paste from our old colonizers, either UK or France, or to some extent Portugal for some countries. And we've very little been working on basically making those regulation and laws evolve over time. That's a key element basically to be able to work on. I think that there are some countries today that have been pragmatic about making those regulations evolve. I think the most interesting ones are specifically Nigeria and Egypt that have created interesting elements, especially in the financial sector, where they are continuously innovating on the regulatory landscape. And I think if you are to create an attractive ecosystem in any sector, whether this is in biotechnology, in AI, or in the financial sector, in fintech, you need to have this ability to basically have a regulatory environment that is not steady in time, especially for innovation. I mean, that's at the essence of being able to innovate. If you have a regulation that is blocking those innovations, I think it's extremely difficult for entrepreneurs to go beyond this. And so you need to have what I call pragmatic regulators here that work together with innovators to basically make sure that they have an open mind about it. The interesting idea about Egypt is basically the sandbox environment. So the ability for any entrepreneur in a specific sector to basically approach the regulators, even if the model is not in the regulation, and to be tolerant about that innovation and about these startups, and provide them with a safe environment to grow, where basically they can create partnerships with corporates, with financial institutions, with hospitals, without having the risk of basically being labeled as an illegal startups. So keep that in mind. I think I want to add one last thing. I think a word that is named there that is quite important, which is brain circulation. I think Africa as a continent has an important phenomenon of brain drain. We are losing probably some of the very best engineers and talents that are basically dreaming about going to work for the very best companies in the world. Anyone who's African and end up with an MBA from one of the top universities, or a PhD, or even an engineering degree, we probably want to work for Google, or for Amazon, or for Goldman Sachs, or KKR. I think that's you cannot change that. This is normal. But in order for us to innovate and to create sustainable companies, especially in the innovation space, you need talents. And if you cannot retain your own talents, the very best thing is to import people from elsewhere. And this is happening. If you look at the innovative ecosystem currently in Africa, probably half of the entrepreneurs are not Africans. They're basically coming from Europe, from the US, some from Asia, and have decided basically to start companies here in Africa because there's probably more meaning from what they're doing on the continent. And so it is extremely important to understand the power of that model, and basically in the regulation to allow foreigners, I know that this is counterintuitive for some, but allow foreigners to be part of that adventure. It actually creates a strength. And this is also the strength, by the way, of probably the most advanced ecosystem, which is the Silicon Valley, where 50% of entrepreneurs are not Americans and not Californians, but are actually coming from somewhere else in the world. The same has to be developed if you are to basically create an enticing environment for entrepreneurship in the innovation space. So this is just to give a high-level overview of what we feel. This is probably a subjective view of what are the important drivers and trends on the continent, but what is important to keep in mind when we start thinking about innovation in Africa. Next slide, please. So what has happened? I think this slide summarizes basically the evolution of investment in startups in Africa for the past 10 years. And if you look closely, 10 years ago, there was nothing. An environment, an ecosystem that is attracting less than $500 million is for 1.3 billion people is a very, very, very small environment. So this ecosystem is extremely young. And even today, take the top of where we were in 2021 or 2022, which is $6 billion. Africa, in terms of market, is the size of the investment that are attractive by startups in a city in the US like Philadelphia. Extremely small. Who has heard about Philadelphia as being an innovation hub? It means that we still have a lot to do here, but it means also that there's still a lot of potential to be developed. There's still a lot of low-hanging fruits from an innovation standpoint and from an investment standpoint on the continent. So I'm not going to dig very, very deep into where this money has gone, but I think that there's probably a few that are worth noting. FinTech is still representing the lion's share in Africa, and think that basically that central banks and regulators in Africa are still behind from a market infrastructure standpoint. There's a lot that can be done there. Also from a deep tech standpoint, AI is a very powerful tool that can transform some of these sectors. The second one probably there is energy. In the energy sector, and there's so many different themes and models that can be developed in the energy sector. Climate change probably is one of those drivers. It's not the only one, but that's also an important factor where we can quite a big potential on the continent. And last but not least, software and AI. AI is probably now the sector globally that is attracting most funding. And I think there is AI opportunity across the world. We'll come back on it. We'll come back on this afterwards. Next slide, please. Where is this money coming from? First, it has been coming from the US. I think the US is the largest market from a funding standpoint. For the past, between 2015 to 2021, 2022, there's been a very big wave of investment in VC. Africa has benefited a lot from the spillover effect from what has been invested in that market. Obviously, there is a decline last year, but this is probably temporary, by the way. The interesting phenomenon here is basically that Africa or African-based VCs and investors are catching up. There is more and more locally based VCs. It is quite important to basically to nurture local teams, whether locally in the sense of locally in a country, or locally regionally, or locally at the continent level. This is a very important element to keep some stability in the sector. And the rest obviously is coming from Europe and from Asia. One last element is the fact that basically you have a few companies across Africa that have attracted probably the most sectors most money in those sectors, where you still have a lot that is going into fintech. Next slide. From a regional standpoint, there's probably 4 countries that are attracting more than 90% of the investments. There's very good reasons why this is happening. And those are Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, and Egypt. Nigeria and Egypt are countries of more than 100 million. Nigeria more than 200 million people. These are very deep markets. South Africa is second biggest economies in Africa, and Kenya is probably the country where we have the biggest proportion of expatriates in Africa, at least of a certain with a certain level of education. And I think this is very different context, but I think lots of lessons that can be learned from those 4 different ecosystems when you see in the details are extremely different from one another, and the drivers for innovation in countries are very different. The most successful one in deep tech by far is South Africa, essentially thanks to the level of graduates and the level of research that is produced by African universities, followed by Egypt, that has also a very interesting level there from a university graduate standpoint. There's also interesting countries from a tier 2 standpoint. I didn't name them all, but I think 2 of them that are worth mentioning. Morocco, that is doing very interesting elements in terms of attracting global partnerships on the university side and on the deep tech side. They are benefiting from very heavy investment from the government there. And Ghana, that has tried basically to emulate the Kenyan model on the West African part of the continent, which is basically driving interesting investment and interesting models that are emerging right now. Next slide. Here, I tried basically to show 2 different models that you may encounter for startups in Africa. There are startups that are basically focusing specifically on the needs of African consumers or African companies. And these are the one on the left. These are all successful companies that probably have reached over 500 valuations. And Fauri is probably the largest one right now. And so that's probably the model that you are going to find in non-deep tech startups. The other one are basically companies that have had to invest way more into technology and that are trying to focus on global markets. And so within the deep tech space, it is most of these models. InstaDeep obviously being the most successful one, but there's more that is being done there. And the avenue for development and the ecosystem that these companies need is extremely different. Most of these, by the way, InstaDeep started in Tunisia, Aura in South Africa. There's more, obviously, in South Africa than those. But think that if you are in the deep tech space, your competition is global. It's not local. And so you need to think basically through the lens of what is happening on the global markets. Next, probably last. And here's probably a series of recommendations that maybe we are looking at from a focus standpoint. First, I think in the deep tech space, the most important element out there is the fact that, just one sec. Sorry, this is not the right slide, by the way, but that's fine. I'll take it so it's probably you have a problem of last slide that was not saved. But the most important element is AI and biotech being the two sectors where most of the investment are going globally. And you need to make a choice if you are to start an adventure in deep tech. It can be both, but it's essentially driven by the quality of the workforce that you find in a single country. I think that's an important element you need to take into account. Cannot invest everywhere, especially if you're a small country or a medium-sized country. I think it's important to consider that some choice has to be made. Biotech, by the way, I define it with a very large scope from some companies that can be biotech for agri, can be biotech for industry, it can be biotech for energy. There's a lot that can be done basically in these specific sectors. If once that choice is done, it's especially important to make some choice from a legal and regulatory standpoint. I think the experience of other countries there are quite interesting to as a source of inspiration to basically be able to put in place laws and regulation that can actually be changed with quick iterations. I've seen too many basically countries that wait for 5 to 10 years to renew their laws, and that's one of the biggest hurdles for innovation in specific countries. Look in the biotech space, one of the major hubs for innovation for the past 20 years has been the UK. Why? The UK has simply had, how do you say this, but a continuous dialogue with the big pharma companies on how to innovate on the regulatory side to be able to put in place new approach that are not possible in other markets. And I think that this is key in terms of being able to innovate on this market. And there's probably at the intersection of AI and biotech today, new space and new basically space where you can innovate also from a regulatory standpoint if you put in place the right regulation there. I think InstaDeep is working with BioNTech in the UK, specifically on that intersection. Then, in terms of models, in the previous slide I showed you something important, which is basically, do you have models that are local or global models? If you are in deep tech space, you can only basically look at companies that can start with the local markets, but can only end with the global markets. The issue that we have in most African countries, the demand for deep tech is very low. And therefore, these companies will only scale, and when I say scale, it doesn't have to be $1 billion valuation or $1 billion of revenue. Just at $10 million of revenues, only scale if you have an important demand. This demand doesn't exist on the continent. Maybe South Africa has a deeper a private sector that can absorb part of that demand, but from the get-go, you need to consider models that basically can integrate globally in different ecosystems. And from that standpoint, I think going to the third part, it is quite important to create partnership with global ecosystems elsewhere. I think there's no way that a company in the deep tech space, unless you're in the US and China today, can actually succeed only in one sector. What does those partnerships mean? It can be university partnerships from a research standpoint. It can also be corporate partnerships. I think you should consider the fact that the very big corporates globally are quite interested in innovation today as a source of innovation for themselves and also a source of new revenues. And it's important to basically create these links with some of the corporates, whether in the pharma sector, whether in the biotech sector, or in AI sector, that can actually create opportunities out there. And last but not least, I think it's important to be able to provide support to companies, and those support systems have to be thought locally. In terms of gaps that exist on the environment, I think OST have had very interesting experience working with MIT to build programs that are not set for companies that are born and bred in Boston, Massachusetts, but rather basically in small cities on the continent. And so think through the lens of what is the experience of entrepreneurs that are local. The second element that the government is important to build is the funding pipeline for those companies, whether those are grants, VC funds, fund of funds, or other mechanism. I think that nothing would be growing into this ecosystem if you don't have enough funding, basically, for these companies to grow. That's what I want to share with you. I hope that you find this interesting.
Thank you. All right, so for my part, I'm very grateful because you kind of summarized the whole day. Like, we did a benchmarking, but Khaled gave us an overview on the world, what's happening in deep tech in a few minutes, because that's basically Khaled Benjelini. So let's give him another big round of applause. Now, since we have him, can we have maybe a few questions if any one of you want to ask? Why are you making problems? Yeah, let's go. Yes, can you please give her the mic? Yeah, please. And if we could, as usual, introduce ourselves so that everybody get to know each other.
Sure. Thank you. My name is Aline. I'm from Technical University of Munich. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very informative. I very much agree with the need for global partnerships. I sometimes struggle, although I'm fully convinced, to convince other leaders in innovation ecosystems in Europe, for instance, on why they should collaborate with Africa or with African innovation ecosystems. What would you recommend? Which arguments would you put forward?
Okay, thanks for this question. Listen, there is probably, first, if you talk about Africa on the innovation scale, Africa would not be in probably the top 10 priorities of any university from a research or innovation standpoint. And so you need to bring something completely different, a new angle. The first angle that is important is the impact angle. So basically, if a university or a corporate is willing to have a different impact footprint than basically what they usually do, I think Africa can actually provide for this. And this is in terms of basically ESG diversification strategy at university or corporate level. So that's number one. Number two, specifically for European companies and European universities, currently there's a very big debate in Europe about migration. And it stems from basically the fact that I put this probably at the very beginning of the presentation, from problem of demographics in Africa, but also a problem of inequalities between different regions in Africa and Europe. If you are to create basically better companies and better opportunity for job creation on the continent, you also partially, but still contributing to solving that migration problem. So if you're talking to government or the provider of budget at European Commission or locally in Germany, whether it's at the federal government level or local level, I think that argument is one with which you cannot get wrong. Because basically it is the major arguments in any political campaign today. I'm sorry to get back to politics, but at some point in time you have to get back to this. Third, purely from a market standpoint, you probably have much more competition in Europe than what exists in Africa. And working in collaboration, so for instance, on developing a new strain or new strain of drugs, I think that's quite important, especially coming with what is happening from currently on the convergence of AI and biotechnology. At that level, there's still a lot that can be done, but there's still a lot of hurdles in other markets, specifically in Germany, currently from a regulation standpoint. The fact that BioNTech has to go out of the country to be able to innovate there, I think is something that shows basically that you may be able to create some interesting programs if you have the right regulatory framework that is built here. And I think if you have a country where the regulator is willing to innovate, plus a university that is willing to support, I think you may have an interesting partnership to build there.
Thank you. Two more questions. Yes, Anne? Can we give her there? Yes.
Hello, thank you very much. Very informative. Anna Badrowska, 42 Global Ventures. I want to ask a very simple question. Given your experience in the last years, decades, what is your perspective? How this ecosystem is going to look like in the next 5 years? And if the AI is going to be like, how far AI can transform different sectors that you were mentioning? Thank you.
That's not a simple question. I'm going to answer from the African standpoint. Then I think what is happening globally, I think some can be true, some can be globally. I think that on the continent today, we've only started the AI revolution. I think one of the most important gap that we had so far was the data infrastructure that we had was extremely fragmented, and we didn't have any, I'm going to use an old term, but that is true in Africa today, any big data sets that is actually helping create specific or AI agents for specific use on the continent. This is changing now, specifically in the telco space, what we call the convergence between telco services and financial services. There's a lot that is being done today to automate some decisions that are made. This is AI applied to the financial sector to be able to provide financial services to people across the continent. But I think that there is much more that we can do in the AI space. So that's one. Second, I think something that is quite interesting is the application of AI specifically to biotechnologies. I think that we have new kinds of, not even drugs, it's actually new processes to be able to provide vaccines or medication, for instance, cure against cancer, that is requiring a very different approach to think about assays of these new processes and new drugs. There's only very few countries in the world today that have adopted their ecosystem. I think Africa has lots of interesting elements. First, I think a DNA data sets that are unique and very different from the rest of the world, and also much more diversified from basically because of the fact that from an evolution of the DNA, this is where it started. Humanity started here, and we still have much more diversity that is unsought or undiscovered in Africa than in the rest of the world. Still, 3% of the discovery are made basically in Western Europe and in the US, versus basically the fact that we have still 95-96% of DNA that and available discovery that could be done elsewhere, specifically, and majority of these on the continent. I think this is AI brought probably from somewhere else, plus the local set of DNA that is present in Africa can provide for new source of discoveries from a drug standpoint. That's the second element where AI can actually have a very big impact on the continent. You have probably 3 or 4 different startups that are working specifically on those opportunities. Then there is AI applied to all other verticals where there are gaps in productivity or gaps into inequalities in terms of access to those services, where an agent can actually help take decisions in a much faster way at much more, much lower cost than what is being done today, and the ability then to downscale products to a majority of the population, so to have more inclusive services, is then possible. So that's also what AI can do for Africa. Obviously, AI can also destroy jobs, and it will. But I think that we need to look also at the brighter side. We won't be able to change this. I think we need to look at what we can change, and what we can change here is to basically build new jobs. There's plenty of these that can build in Africa. I'm just going to give one example, which is not on the deep tech side, but probably on providing jobs in a very deep way to Africans. There's totally 10 companies today in Kenya whose job is to take data that is collected a lot in the US and in Europe from automated driving. And so automated driving today, the capacity to perceive the environment is still limited. It's improving a lot, especially for Tesla, but it's still a lot that can be done. And so you need to basically correct what these cars are seeing. And the people, and these companies today with tens of thousands of people whose job is in Africa, that is to review, to provide the data sets to AI companies and automotive companies to basically help them take better decisions. That's one model that is purely, I think, this company essentially in Africa, in South Asia, but this is also an opportunity to create new jobs that did not exist only 5 years ago. So shouldn't, I think, see only through, can understand that from your question there is probably a bias, but I think there is probably 2 different ways of looking at these opportunities.
Thank you.
Hope I answered the questions.
Now, one last question.
Yeah, me.
Yes, yeah.
Sorry, Yasmin.
Yeah.
I have a speak. Have a mic.
Sorry, yeah, Kisimbi. Okay.
So thanks.
We're gonna have one too.
Thank you. This was a great presentation. My name is Kisimbi. I'm with BCG. Also an investor in the ecosystem as well. So the question that a number of investors have brought up previously is that they'd like to be able to invest in the ecosystem. They'd like to invest in deep tech. I know that requires a bit of patient capital over time, but they also recognize that there are limited number of exits on the continent. So how do we address that so that we can attract more capital in and also encourage local capital to invest into our startup ecosystem?
That's a very difficult question because exits are very limited currently, not only in the deep tech space, but globally, in the VC space, and even globally now across all verticals in the VC asset class. This being said, if you are to basically exit a company at a medium-term horizon, you need to start working with the potential off-takers, so the potential acquirers of this company. By the way, IPO markets work very well in the US, in China. In the rest, it's a very big question mark on how much public markets can absorb from an exit standpoint. So the most, probably the best way to exit for VCs is an industrial exit. And to reach that, you need to make yourself known to the potential off-takers and work with them as a partner. And so currently, most of the corporates and multinationals have created dedicated teams to innovation. We're trying basically to entertain those teams to show them what is happening in Africa. I think it's up to all of us to basically be able to have communication lines through startups that are in incubation programs, in acceleration, or part of portfolio of VCs, and be able to introduce them to corporates in the world that can actually develop first commercial opportunities to generate revenues and to distribute through them, or to do some co-research or some distribution partnerships, but also to be able at some point in time to invest and take over. I think the story of InstaDeep was exactly this. We worked with different corporates, 5 major corporates in the world. We have a very interesting program that we developed together with Google and with BioNTech on basically creating co-research teams on specific products. And thanks to that co-research, eventually BioNTech was interested to acquire, because the research that we developed together was actually became so strategic to their future products that they decided that they wanted to acquire the whole thing. So that's something that I think the partnership with corporates is quite an important one. And obviously, people may tell you, so why are these companies acquired by some of the major companies in the world? I think that's the way to go. I think we first need to create local it's cycles. The first cycle should contribute to create local entrepreneurs that can be first-time exiters, that can use then the contribution to create more and to create then local champions that can actually create local corporates. It is a matter of 2, 3, 4 cycles. Keep in mind that you don't create an innovation ecosystem in 10 years. It takes 30 to 40 years. The first success stories can come after 10 to 15 years, but nothing before. I think it's a long-term view to be able to get there. And the first exit usually in very successful funds in deep tech into poor ecosystems like ours never come before the 7th, 8th year, if not the 10th to 15th years. And I think that's our best returns came from companies where we stayed for more than 10, 12 years. So coming back to what you're saying in your question, you need to have very patient providers of capital there to be able to make those ecosystems and those funding cycle appearing over time.
Thank you, Khaled. Now, I gave a word, so I'll have to wrap up with Ziad for the last question. Go ahead.
Yep. Khaled, thank you for your presentation today. I just wanted to ask...
Ziad, maybe introduce yourself again for the...
yes. Yeah. So I'm Ziad. I'm an analyst. I represent a venture capital fund out of Egypt, and we mainly invest across the agri-value chain. And yeah, we've been around for about 2 years now, and we're actually developing our exit strategy as well. So as you were speaking, I had a very similar question, especially on exits, which is, in your experience, I think you've mentioned about 30 exits so far in your career, and it's kind of in Africa. 2 questions. What's mainly the profile of these deals that do exit? And of these deals that do exit, are they mainly African businesses that are acquiring them, or is it more a focus on the global north that's acquiring these companies?
So first, is your question about innovation specifically, or VC specifically, or more about the private, the private capital asset class?
Both. I mean, mainly VC and maybe just PE, but yeah, mainly those 2.
Right. These are two different asset classes. So I'll first just address we've had 120, 30 exits in PE. So PE is private equity, by the way. And so these are normal companies, not specifically based on technology and innovation. There, depending on the size, you have a local market, a regional, and a global market. So that's in the innovation space, a successful exit is an exit that provides, because you need to have funds, and you need to have a fund ecosystem that is successful in order to be able to actually be into virtuous circles. And for this, you need to have very successful exit, at least 1 in each fund, if not 2. And what is the definition of a successful exit? Is an exit that provides a fund the ability to return whatever money that they have raised in the fund. So what we call fund returners. And so if you end up with 10% of a company as a fund, and you're a $50 million fund, that means that exit needs to be $500 million at least. And so the only off-takers there are probably in Africa, maybe in South Africa, maybe a few in Morocco, Egypt, and Kenya, but that's it. And so this is not a market. If you want a market that's be able to acquire your companies, by essence, it has to be global. And the first off-takers will be American companies, followed probably by European companies and Chinese companies. I think that's what it's happening. And Japanese. I think keep in mind that Japan has completely, most of the Japan corporates have completely missed the Southeast Asian growth, and that are looking very carefully at what is happening in Africa today. So there is an interest there, and it's important to build partnerships with all of these ecosystems. At some point, you'll probably see Indian companies also coming on the continent, still a bit behind, but it is going to happen. Maybe Latin American at some point in time. I think you need to have a holistic approach there, not make choices based on one relationship only. I think that by essence, the proximity with Europe is there. I think they probably need a bit more willingness at political level to work with African startups and African universities there. But I think that if you take the right arguments, you should be able to do so.
Wow, thank you, Khaled. Now, I just have a little sharing to wrap this up. There's another amazing achievement that Khaled did in his life. I don't know if you recognize it, Khaled, but actually Khaled was the person who named Brain. He was the one. We were brainstorming in a quick call, random call. We cut him off. Hey, Khaled, we're thinking of the brand, how to brand this deep tech program that we're trying to change the world with. He said, all right, so what do you want to do? We want to bridge research, and we're talking, yeah, bridging research and innovation, Brain, like this. So Khaled, thank you for naming Brain. You're always the godfather of OST and for Brain as well. Thank you very much for your sharing and your generous inputs. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for listening.
The cool part is we're actually keeping him for the next 2 days, so you'll have the chance to talk to him, to ask questions. Now, to close the day, I would like to thank you all for your attention. I hope you keep the energy because we still have a lot of work in the upcoming 2 days. And I would like to invite David, who will have an special announcement for us. Thank you, everyone.
What a day. It's not every day you get Khaled to speak on a stage in Uganda. So thank you very much for honoring our invitation. And to all of you, our guests, someone said this is one of the best events they've been to. That's what Uganda does, by the way. Whatever we do it the best. One of the best events they've been to, and they said why, because of how engaging it is. You know, it's almost 5:30 and the room is still full. This never happens in conferences across most of Africa, so super excited. I told you in the morning that Ugandans we like to host, so we would like to invite our distinguished guests to a dinner. We'll be departing at 6:30. The bus will be parked on the outside. Just to create some expectation, it's a 11-course tasting menu of Ugandan food. So we want to take you an experience of what Uganda is like. I cannot guarantee that you will not like it. So be as open-minded and you know, try the meal. We will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early for day 2, which we have 4 of these workshops. And on Wednesday, looking forward to the very last day when we're trying to make sure that almost anyone who is, no, that's a bit ambitious. We have the right people in the room from the government to listen to the recommendations that you have to give. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.